Alright, we're live. So we are at the Growing Towards Self-Sufficiency gathering. Uncle G's trying to hide from the camera back here. Yeah, he's running away. So people are starting to show up. Don't have a huge turnout yet, but starting to get a few people in here and getting set up and getting ready to get going here shortly. So we're going to set you guys up on the tripod and just kind of let everybody hang out for the day. And people will be jumping in, popping in, saying hi. So we'll get to comments and stuff as we're going. We are going to probably do a few giveaways later. So stick around. We'll see how things are going. I'll kind of walk you guys around the room and let you meet a few people, and we'll go from there. Obviously, you got the one and only Uncle G.
How's everybody doing this morning? Where are you? You should be here.
And Uncle G is with
Audacity Donnie.
Awesome. So this is the first time we've got to meet him, which has been a pleasure.
Absolutely.
So we're going to kind of walk around, see who all's in here. I know we've got Butler Family Farms in here, so we'll find everybody and introduce you to everybody and let everybody kind of take a look around. So we have got, who are you with again?
Susan with Butler Family Farm.
Awesome.
We're very excited to be here.
So we've got a few people showing up, but we met them this morning. I actually met them yesterday in Jesse and Lisa's live, so I saw them. I think it was your husband in there yesterday, wasn't it?
Jerry's on that. Yeah.
So we'll walk around and find him too, so make everybody get on the camera this morning.
You go. Thank you.
Everybody want to say hi this morning?
Hi. Oh. You've seen it. You know, you don't have to say hello.
I don't know if anybody's in here yet, but we went ahead and went live, so we'll set it up on the stand.
Good to see you.
Got Dale at 9 Acres, and is it Jerry?
Yeah, Jerry.
At Butler Family Farms.
Yep.
And the one and only Miss Jan from Simply Jan and Rebecca Davis. We are live.
Hello, everybody.
Nobody's in here yet, but they can watch it back. We're going to go ahead and set it up, and everybody can pop in front of the camera if they want to. We're going to put it over there. So
There you go.
I think Dale will be live too in a little bit.
Yeah.
But
He's too busy running his jobs.
Yeah, too busy talking. And
All right,
So.
I gotta go to that room back
Nope,
there.
you're good.
Tell me your name.
Glenn.
Social.
What's that? Social? Social, I need your address, where do you live, what do you do? Now, I am Glenn, and we are with Gathered Together Homestead. So.
And he and Jessica are hosting with 9 Acres.
9 Acres and Pathways Homestead.
This wonderful event. We're really excited to see.
Hopefully some more people are going to show up.
Oh, yeah. You know how we homesteaders are, so we don't have to
Yep.
necessarily be someplace at a certain time, but we should be there at a certain time.
And everybody's probably still doing chores.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Hey, Ashley at CNC Farm. Good morning. We're going to set this up on the tripod over here so y'all can kind of watch and hang out. But we're going to go ahead and set it up and let everybody see what's going on here this morning. Get it plugged in. The Ozark one, Jan's organizing in June, already on the calendar. Perfect, Ashley. Okay. So we will kind of turn you all this way and let everybody kind of just see. Like I said, we'll be popping in and out. There we go. So we're just still waiting to get a few people in here. Them lights are kind of bright, aren't they? Get a few more people coming in this morning before we get things really going. There's a lot of other things going on in town here this morning too. So you've got soccer games across the road, and the Pioneer Harvest Festival. So we'll see, and just kind of keep you guys running and let you kind of watch and listen. And since you can't join, but we'll definitely keep you going. So.
James. Hi. Daniel likes it. No. We started an Instagram account. Oh, there you go. No, we just trying to do little aesthetic stuff. Social media. Yes.
His name is on
here. Yeah, nobody on there yet. Unless it's Ashley be popping in and out. Yep. That's alright, Ashley. Hey, Monica, Bland's Homestead Ranch. I assume it's Monica. It might be Eric. So I'm getting ready to have some biscuits and gravy, a donut, and got me some coffee.
It was so good. It was science to help me out. So next time we do that, we gotta make sure we have bring some goats in there and let it.
Yes, we can. All right, everybody, we're about ready to get started. I am Gary with Pathways Homestead.
I'm Cindy with Pathways Homestead.
Thank you guys all for coming today, and hopefully everybody gets something good out of this meetup today. The biggest thing we want to see happen today is that you guys connect with each other. One of the main goals of this meetup is to build relationships, functional relationships, and personal relationships, so that we can help each other. And so we're going to do something before we get started. If you have been homesteading more than 3 years, stick your hand in the air. Okay, everybody look, keep your hand in the air. Everybody look around, see that? All right, put your hand down. If you have not been homesteading more than 3 years, put your hand in the air. All right, you guys that had your hand in the air a minute ago, look around and see those hands in the air. Okay, so our goal is that we get experienced homesteaders hooked up with inexperienced homesteaders, so we can build mentor relationships and things like that. So we also have, guys, when Cindy and I came into this, we are generational homesteaders. We were raised this way. Our grandparents were raised this way. I mean, this is life for us. In fact, the first time my mother went to Ozark Homesteading Expo with us, when we got back to her house after that, she said, so that's what homesteading is. And I said, yeah, that's kind of what we're calling homesteading today. And she said, I thought that's just how you raise your kids. And so, but we are privileged today to have some of you here that are first generation homesteaders. And you guys are important to this movement, and we want to welcome you here. If you're a first generation homesteader, we want you to latch on to somebody that's not, so that you can learn more. And I'm going to tell you, as somebody who's not, I learned stuff from you guys that are beginners. Because there's things I don't think about, things that I didn't know. You know, I've done it the way my family did it. You guys are coming from a different perspective, so you're knowing things that I don't know.
You're researching, doing different research. You're getting a whole lot of different information that we don't even think of to look.
Right. We just do what Grandpa told us to do, right? So, first of all, and then we're going to pray to get this started. We think relationships are extremely important. And the first and most important relationship to us is our relationship with our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. And so we're going to start with a word of prayer, and then we're going to talk to you about homesteading as a creator connection. So let's go over the prayer.
Father God, I lift this day up to you, Lord. We ask that you are glorified. Lord, we ask that we would shine your light and your love to each and every person here, that they would grow closer to you and closer to each other. Lord, we thank you for this homestead community. We thank you for the opportunity to just be able to speak and to speak your name. Lord, we again ask that you are glorified. We ask that you be with those that are traveling and that they would be safe and there would be some traveling mercies for them. Lord, we thank you and praise you. We just invite you to fill this place, Lord. We thank you and we praise you in Jesus' precious name.
Amen. Right. So, as I said, Cindy and I, we've been homesteading our entire lives pretty much, in some form or fashion.
on different levels. But 22 years ago, things changed for me and are still changing. Hopefully they keep changing. But I became a follower of Jesus Christ, and Cindy had been since before we met. And that changed not everything, but it changed Homestead. And so when you look at the Bible and what it tells us about our history as people, it talks about God creating a perfect garden. It talks about God creating man in that garden. And he gave man a task. One of them was to name animals. And the other one was to tend the garden. So God put man on a homestead. A garden and animals, that's a homestead, right? So he put man on a homestead, and then he made woman to be a part of that. And the perfect, before sin entered, the perfect life was a garden and livestock and God and wife. So we believe that as we homestead, especially as husband and wife, as we homestead, that we're getting a little taste and a little glimpse of what God created us to be. We know that we are broken, and we know that sin has entered our life through Adam and Eve, and that we have lots of mistakes and lots of things to overcome, but we also know that we are redeemed by the blood of Jesus Christ. And in that, we know that as we homestead, we're not perfect, and it's not going to be like it was for Adam and Eve, but we have the same God that still wants to talk with us, still wants to be a part of our lives, and we still get to taste that. So, as we homestead, for us, it is worship. There is worship in the glory of God. As we see who He is and what He does. I tell you what, I've been in the cattle industry my entire life. I've calved lots of cows, and when I calved the first time heifer, and she knows to turn around and lick that calf and get him cleaned up and get him moving. And when you start studying the science of what that licking does for the blood vessels and making them breathe and all that, there's no way, I can't believe, there's no way that there wasn't an intelligent being that didn't create that. God made that. And so we want to share with you, first of all, I guess, some of our experiences in worshiping as homesteading. Homesteading as worship.
So one of my favorite ways to worship is the garden. So gardening is a big thing for me. I get out early in the morning in the garden, and I've already done a little bit of Bible study and have some verses that I'm meditating on, thinking about, running over in my brain and really thinking about those verses. And a lot of times I'll sing. It's not real pretty. Thankfully, we live out in the middle of nowhere where nobody hears me sing. But I'm singing and I'm praying and I just talk to God. Because He's right there with me. And I think sometimes we think that He's just out there, like He's just this distant person or distant being. He's not. He's right there with you. Right there with you. And you look at those plants, and some of it, like a lettuce plant, you got a tiny little seed, and in 60 days, you have lettuce that you eat. Before 60 days, start eating them. And then another thing for me is the cow. This cow, I'm milking the cow, and she's calmer when I sing. She's calmer when I'm praising the Lord. That suits her. She'll drop her milk faster. Crazy enough, she'll produce more milk. Singing, talking to her, talking to the Lord, milking her out, and just the warmth of that animal. You can feel her heartbeat. She can feel your heartbeat. I heard somewhere, and I haven't researched it to make sure, but since she's a herd animal, she can hear my heartbeat for up to 60 feet away. She can hear my heartbeat and my breathing to know whether or not she needs to be scared. If I'm upset, she's going to be upset. She's going to fidget a little more. It's like your dog. If we're upset, he's going to know. He's going to be curious. And she'll soothe me if I'm upset about something. She'll soothe and she'll comfort me. When I'm faltering her, she'll just turn her little head and wrap her head or neck around me, and she'll hug me. and soothe me if I'm sad. Even if I'm mad, she'll do that. And she'll try to stay up close to me and not bump me, but she'll keep her nose closed. She'll regulate her breathing so that I regulate my breathing. And that's not just something that just happens. God put that in her to be a companion for me. And so in milking an animal, it's just really, really cool how the goats were the same way. I don't know about you, Jess, but there's something so soothing and natural about and comforting about the relationship you build with those animals and in the garden, watching things grow. And so in Jeremiah, I butcher it, but Jeremiah 29:11 is my absolute favorite verse. Typically when I get nervous, I'll have half the verse there. Go out. And in Jeremiah 29:11, God tells us He created us for a purpose. Not for destruction, but for good. And that good is abounding. Whether it's working on a computer, whether it is speaking to somebody that is having a bad day. We all have our purpose. Mine is on the homestead. That's where He put me. But He's going to put each of us somewhere on a roof. He's going to put somebody inspecting a building. He's going to put you where He needs you. And you have a purpose that day. And sometimes we go through our routine and we forget. I get opportunities while I'm milking or in the garden to pray for people, to lift them up to Him. And that's humbling that He would put me in that place that I could do intercessory prayer for other people. So don't forget that you have a purpose. You have a special purpose. You have an individual spot on this earth. You were born for this time in this place. He created you in your mother's womb. This time, this place, and He has a purpose for you. And you may think it's nothing. You may think it's nothing. Like Rebecca's crochet. She has touched so many lives. We hear so many people, oh, I got Rebecca's hat. And I love this hat. Rebecca, I know you pray over people when you crochet. I know you do. That is a wonderful purpose. Wonderful purpose. Bless you, sister. And just, we all have our purpose. And don't forget. Don't let the devil tell you, oh, that's nothing. It's huge. It's huge. Don't forget it.
When we talk about worship, one of the things, there's a couple of things about worship. One of them is reveling in God's glory. And there's so much we can see on the homestead that we can see God's glory. Psalms 19 says that the heavens show the glory of God, and the firmament, the expanse, shows His handiwork. And we can revel in God's glory. Another part of worship is being reminded of how important you are to your Creator. And for me, one of my most worshipful experiences is butchering. Whether it be wild game that I've taken, or whether it be livestock, chickens or hogs or cattle, whatever it is, butchering is one of those worshipful experiences for me, that I am reminded of how important I am to my Creator. There, I take an animal's life, an animal that He has created, He's made for that purpose. He told Noah, I made these for you to eat. I get to take that animal's life, which is sombering and it can be saddening, but I take that animal's life to give me life, to give my family life, to sustain us. Guys, there is no complete protein in a plant source. The only complete protein is in animal sources. I think God made it that way on purpose. And so when I get to take an animal's life, I get to provide for my family. I get to provide meat, good protein, good vitamins for my family. But also, I'm reminded of the blood that was shed to give me eternal life. The blood that was shed to redeem me and to pay for my sins. Jesus' blood. So it's always a reminder, even when I eat a piece of meat, It's a reminder that God loves me. That He loves me enough, He sent His Son to die on the cross. And there is a worshipfulness, I guess that's the word. There is an element of worship and being reminded of how important you are to your Creator. Other things that we often find as worship is building, creating, right? Is mimicking our Creator. That's an awesome time of worship. What other things do you find worship on the homestead?
Making soap, making cheese,
Creating.
creating change, those chemicals. I got a little bit of, I got enough science brain to make me dangerous, I guess you'd say. But just to see those chemical reactions, as you're doing the soap, you're running your wand. I use an electric mixer, use my wand mixer, and you're watching those changes as you move that around, and you're looking for just the right consistency. You're looking for just the right change. There's a magic moment when it becomes soap. And so you're looking for that magic moment, like when you were talking about the magic moment before you talked about the magic moment whenever an animal becomes meat. It's no longer a living animal, and it is transitioned to meat with butter. Butter, you're looking for the magic moment. Cheese, you're looking for the magic moment. If you can put the rennet in, and if you overstir, then so there's a magic moment. And a lot of those chemical processes, cooking food, there's a magic moment. Have a little more leeway sometimes if you want things a little more done. But you're looking for that magic moment to see that miracle happen. Yeah. To me, it's a miracle. I know there's a scientific explanation for it.
Somebody made that scientific explanation.
They made it up. They stole it. You know what I mean?
God made that.
He made that miraculous moment, and there's that change.
We want to encourage you as you're homesteading and you start to do it as worship, to look for those magic moments. The magic moments of a live animal becoming food, of a seed and dirt becoming a producing garden, of milk becoming cheese or butter, cream becoming butter, or hog fat and live grain oil becoming soap. Look for those magic moments as you homestead. They were created for a reason, just like me. And it's a reminder of who God is.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we want to encourage you guys to not only look for magic moments, but we want to encourage you guys for everything that you do to do it for the glory of God. That's what 1 Corinthians. I'm going to read this to you guys. This is a magic moment.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry, I'm trying not to talk over Gary and Cindy.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, Miss. Miss Nancy. What's up, Josh?
You want me to read it for you, Peter?
Yeah, 1 Corinthians 10:31. I just had it open to it. Somehow
Look past it.
I'm sorry. 1 Corinthians 10:31 says, "Whether then you eat or drink or whatever you do all to the glory of God." That's part of how we worship. When you're garden for God's glory. When you're raising livestock, do it to God's glory. And it's there. You just got to look for it. Watch for that magic moment. What else?
Be willing to share it. Be willing to share your knowledge. Be willing to share your abundance. Be willing to share whatever the Lord lays on your heart to share. Be willing to share.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all for coming today.
I don't know if anybody else is warm. I'm getting warm. But
Didn't matter, I was late.
not at all.
Well, we do like 18 minutes.
Well, I probably should have started off before they did. Untitled Chapter. I'm from right here in Fort Scott. We do have a YouTube channel called Untitled Family Farms. And the only reason our channel is named that is because that's where our farm name is. We have 9 acres outside of just west of here. I grew up in a commercial farming atmosphere, or a traditional farming atmosphere, and I started this project wanting to have a gathering or I'm really inspired by Homesteading Expo not very far from here that I attended this year in Marshmallow Plants called the Ozark Homesteading Expo, and I wanted to bring something like that to this area. Not on near that much scale. And I figured it was going to be small, and I'm so glad that you're all here. I want to welcome you to the town of Fort Scott. If you go to the north end of Fort Scott, I'm sorry for the odor that it puts off, but our city has decided that they will take care of the byproduct from the ADM soybean plant, and it's put in our wastewater treatment plant. And up until about 3 weeks ago, there was no off-putting smell. Now there's a lot of off-putting smell, so please don't judge the town on that. But Fort Scott, Kansas has an old fort here. Throughout the day, the plan is not for you to have to sit here all day long and listen to all of us talk. We intentionally want to take time to have small talk, and we want that to inspire communication. We want you to start establishing a community here. If there's someone that you don't know, you reach out to them, talk to them, because we're pretty connected. We've met people that are not very far from here that don't even realize that we're doing the same thing. That's the whole point behind this gathering. If you have any kind of questions, reach out to me. I also have the unfortunate title of being the Fair Board President, so that's why you're on the county fairgrounds. So I can organize this venue. And we also have 2 other events going on this weekend. So we have our event today. And then Pioneer Harvest Fiesta is on the other side of the fairgrounds by the rodeo arena. And they have antique tractors and threshing machines and steam engines and all the old ways of doing things. And it's very interesting, and I feel very much that it ties directly into what we're trying to get back to. A simpler way of life, not all the additives, not all that kind of stuff. So I encourage you, if you want to take a break, go over there. We're going to spend the day together and try to build as the day goes. One reason why we started off with Gary and Cindy's talk is because we all feel that way. We're called to do what we're doing. All right, so with that, intentionally, I want to have a little bit of a break, get to know each other. I know we started a little bit late. We do have another speaker that's on our way here from Stillwater, Oklahoma. As we go, Pathways and Gary and Cindy started off with their talk. Our next talk, we will probably have Dennis will talk about grazing because of the relationship, how far he has to go. So I'll let him talk about that. Then that will get us probably pretty close to lunchtime or right before lunch. We'll have a little panel discussion with some people that are first-time homesteaders and their experience with that. As some of you are, we come have a little lunch break, sit around, visit, and then we'll come back and we'll start talking about from the perspective of our food security, gardening, how to really get started, go from there. Probably shortly around that time, we'll have Jess talk about medicinals on the homestead, if that's okay with you, and on the farm, and just play off the ball with that. So if you got any questions, come to me. Housekeeping, bathrooms in the back. Thank you to our local meat suggestion team from right here across the street for providing our concession stand. If their wares aren't something that you like or want to take part in, there are plenty of places to keep them down. It's all processed, slowly processed, and that's food in my opinion, so all of it is, so take your choice. But, welcome to each of you. And we're probably a small enough group. I'd like to hear kind of where you're from. If you just, anybody would like to volunteer, say a little bit about where you're from, stuff like that. Like I said, I'm Dale. This is my wife, Lisa. And we're from Bronson, Kansas. We have been homesteading for several years. We just didn't know that's what it was called. I'm right here. We grew up. We are gradually trying to go more and more towards the pasture chicken and all that. I'll get into that. But we'll start off there. I'm right up front. You might as well let it go.
I'm glad to be over at Gathering Together Homestead, my wife Jessica. We just kind of got into homesteading last May. So May of 2021. So we're very new to it, but when we got into it, we jumped in both feet. So when we moved into our new place, it was within a week. We had our rabbits, our chickens. Soon after that, our goats. We got a couple of beef cattle that we raise now. So we kind of just jumped into the canning and everything. Yesterday, she didn't know how to can or any of that, but they quickly learned those things. She quickly learned. I didn't. But yeah, we're just very new to it. So we're learning a lot from Dale and Lisa, from Gary and Cindy. We reach out to them quite a bit. Just from everybody else's channels that we come across, we learn something new. So that's kind of where we are. If anybody else wants to introduce themselves and how long they've been doing it. I think they're looking at you, Jan.
I'm Jan, and this is the boss, affectionately known as the boss. And we've been homesteading since 2014. We started with 4 chickens, and then we were at a half acre, and we sold that and bought a 17-acre farm that was in Texas and Missouri. So we not only started from scratch again, what are you guys? We went in head first, and then, we got rid of our rabbits and we stuck with chickens, and we're waiting on other livestock. So, Lord willing, in time they'll come. But we had to learn to garden, because gardening is my passion. That's my happy place, and that's my fellowship with God is in my garden, because there's, like Cindy said, that's where miracles happen. But I had to learn how to re-garden, because Texas and Missouri obviously are two different worlds. So, but we've had to learn, the layout of our land and what it's going to do during this season, that season, and it has definitely come with a learning curve. But it's been such a fun journey. We've had an absolute blast, and I do have a channel, Simply Jan Homestead, and little editing involved, so don't expect production. Yeah. So, but anyway, we have thoroughly enjoyed it. And, the boss, he builds everything for me, and he's the grunt. Is that right? The grunt of the homestead. He does everything. I boss him around.
I'm the brawn.
He's abroad, yeah, so, which y'all, I'm sure know all about that. So, yeah. Okay, you're next. You guys are next.
I'll stand up so you guys can hear me. I'm Daniel. This is my wife, Elizabeth. We're actually just 20 minutes south of here in Arma, Kansas. I am the minister at the Pittsburgh Church of Christ in Pittsburgh, Kansas. We moved here in 2020 to take the position, and our goal was in that transition, we were going to try to find land, so we were able to find a house with 5 acres. When we bought the house right in the middle of COVID, the house took a lot of work, so we had to rebuild the house first, but since then we've added 4 raised garden beds. We're at 10 chickens, 2 cows, a rabbit, a dog. We just got a dog the other day. He killed one of our chickens. So I learned that the dog needs to be shut up before we open the chickens. So we're still making mistakes, but we've been kind of focusing in on what our land is able to produce, and kind of obviously we bought cows this year for the first year. It's the worst year to start cows. I had a farm, I don't have one anymore, so that's been a challenge. So we put in rainwater collection, and that didn't help any because there's been no rain.
Because it hasn't rained.
No rain left, so you know, great. I think it's my fault there's a drought. So I'm sorry. No, it's not. I put in 750 gallons. It should be great. No, it's not. Anyway, so we're just excited to be here and try to connect with some people.
Awesome.
We are the Homestead on Instagram. Our last name is Weinson, so we kind of smashed that together. So we're the
That's awesome.
Homestead. We don't do
I think we need to make a disclaimer that you do not have to use that.
You do not have to have a YouTube.
That's what grandparents do.
And don't feel obligated to talk. I mean, if you don't want to talk, that's fine. But and that's we met before this started. I'm like, well, where are you from? And he said Arma, and I went, well, that's like right here. I'm like, we don't know each other. You know, and that's the whole point behind this is the fact that we're this close. You know, trying to do the same things.
Yeah, we had no idea we were so close to you.
Right there.
I would have been
is
here
Laura.
months ago bothering you.
Really?
She is here, Danny.
Totally.
He does not have a channel, Danny.
We're from, and I'm like, they're not that far away.
Yeah, it's a new state away.
It's a whole state away. Anybody else?
I'll go next.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jerry Butler, my wife Susan Butler, Butler Family Farms. We moved here in 2006, bought property down in, actually in Missouri, Historic City, Missouri. Now it was 116 acres. We have 40 head of cows, goats, pheasant goats, horses, donkeys, llamas, cats and dogs, chickens.
We collect
Yeah, Danny, he should make one.
So we when we first bought the property, we were cropping it, and then we realized that that's a lot of work, and we were both working on the farm, and I thought, I can't keep doing this, so we decided to change over to
Hey,
cows.
chicken beak.
We both retired now. She still has a farm job, and she does straw bale gardening. I don't know if you guys may be familiar with it, but she does straw bale gardening. And we have, our ground's really good ground. We have no rock. What? Any place on it. And if we find a rock, we pick it up and take it to the house and set it down.
Where is that?
Where
is that?
in Stark City.
Oh, it's Stark City. That's some of the best crops in other than.
Yeah, we have what we call Antonio Red Soils. We have.
Yeah, Antonio Holland for them. That's like a Civil War.
Civil War is where it's
Yeah,
at.
my son used to live at Mansion.
Yeah, we live in Civil War. We're stone throw away from there. So, so we were actually homesteading in San Diego. We would can stuff and, but we got out of the city because I was, I had a choice to get out of the city or I was going to go to jail because I would have killed my drug dealer neighbor. So that was the reason why we decided to leave. And we bought the land, and she's been farming, and I've been running cows and goats and stuff. So that's basically, we started a YouTube channel almost a year ago in November. We have 199 videos out because we record everything we do, for people to see. We originally started recording for the family that's in Washington and California to see what's going on with us. And then I started saying, hey, we can make a couple bucks from this. Maybe we can get the subscribers and stuff. So when we made it, we just put it right back into the farm because that's what we do. Farming is our life. So we started it, and as of today, we're 258 people that are subscribers.
259.
Oh, 259. All right, thank you very much. But we have over 16,000 views.
Nice.
So, I know you said you were talking about something going viral. I don't know what viral is, but we have one video that has almost 20,000 views on it.
That's a lot.
That's
That's okay. I didn't know what to consider viral, so.
That means that it hit the algorithm.
Okay, well then we have probably over 1,000, so. I try to put out a video once or twice a week. Okay. And I don't say, she does all the gardening, so I just take care of the animals and feed and stuff.
Nice.
Cut hay and stuff.
So, we're neighbors.
Yeah.
Awesome. Have a Goodman address. Yes, we're forgetting it.
So I think that makes you next.
Does that make you next? Yeah, we're having our own conversation. Thank you. Okay. I'm Cheryl Franklin, and my husband and I started, we didn't know what was called Homestead, but we started doing that thing, acquiring all the things in like 79. And so we've had all of it at one time or the other. What we continued to have over the years is dairy goats. We got out of one time when my son was in the Navy and we went from nesting and working full time all this time too. And when I found myself in the garden at midnight too many nights and, I'm just going to have to sell them. So it goes. And then a year later, had been a friend of mine's wife, who was a goat friend, got killed in a car wreck, and he was getting ready to go in for knee surgery, and so I bought all his fur and all his equipment, and so then we're back in Florence, and that was 10 years ago again. So we were out for like 9 months, maybe or something. And but we've always had dairy goats, and we've always had big chickens, and now we have geese, and we've had turkeys off and on, and turkeys again, and the reason that we've had all that is not because it's fun, because it is, because we like a challenge, because it is. We like adventure, because it is. Because we like good stories. That's a good one. Because we like to give our children the experiences, because that's what we did too. And sometimes kicking and screaming, but now that they're grown, they're going, no, I just cheating, or I don't do that, So back when we were eating them, some of them like the different things, some like the gardening part, some like the milking, some days, before school at 5:30, 6 in the morning, when you're having to go out there and do that, or kill snakes or whatever. But now they're all wanting to do, they kind of got out of that group now, and they're all, we want some chickens now. So now they all are do that. And my one son, Shaylee and Wes, she's just 100% into it. But the reason we started all this was because I moved here from Western New York, where there's a lot of ethnic food, a lot of scratch food. I tell people I've never ate a hot dog out of a package till I moved here because you go and buy them on the plate, you know, and with real casings, you know. And so, you know, we're not here hot dogs, full of sausage, and olives, and Greek food, there's no pizza, there still isn't.
We told everybody they didn't have to.
And, you know, so I had to learn how to make all that.
You're good, Jesse.
You know, and so I found the Stocking Up book, Dale, that's a good.
At least you're in here, Danny. We appreciate it.
Which there wasn't, and Google Planet or YouTube or anything, but there was Rodale, there was Organic Gardening magazine was that, and there was other news, and that was it. And so that was our standard, and there were some farm shows.
I don't think she has a channel, Jesse. I will find out later. I'm going to kind of let everybody jump in a little bit here in a little bit. Introduce yourself a little closer so you can actually get to know everybody.
Was some of the farm shows that I went back in the early 80s, and then other news fairs and things like that. But, so anyway, so, you know, we needed sausage, but we couldn't find good pork for it, tasting pork for it, or the herbs that we needed. So we had to raise pigs and make other sausage, and we had to have raised lamb because you couldn't get good lamb here except from New Zealand, where it's like mutton. And so then we had to get sheep, and then we started doing living history things because our family's not in control of history people. In fact, we worked with Fort Scottson at the fort. So then we had to have wool sheep so that we could spin and learn how to spin and weave. And then we had to have, and then what do you do with all the fat from the pig? So then you had to make a lot of soap and render it. And that was part of the living history too. And then, you know, and then we got into just the healthy part of it, which was thanks to the Rodale books and the organic gardening and things like that. So we were, you know, making our own bread, and my kids never had bread from the store unless they would go to somebody's house and they go, bread. I just thought it was like dessert. So, you know, it just got to be, and it can be like homesteading, you know, the gateway drug, you know, is the chicken or whatever, you know, that's just kind of, it just kind of grows. And I can make all of the free food here. You know, when we first moved here, my mother-in-law, who was very frugal and, you know, Depression era things, you know, she would take me around and we would pick up plums, we would pick up pecans on the side of the road, we would pick up forage for elderberries and forage for blackberries and wild cherries and things like that. Yeah, so that was great, you know. And anyway, that is still, I just get as much thrill about finding free food now as I did 4 years ago. You know, we had a plum tree on our property that we could.
This is Carol. She organizes the Ozark Homesteading Expo.
Good plums. We got a lot this year. Elderberries as well, blackberries. Let's stick to the ones with the thorns. And, but anyway, so I think, you know, being transplanted here, a lot of people are kind of moving in the country and wanting to start a homestead, and I think, you know, we could love it. Cindy, and these guys, and these guys, and these guys, and it's a great community now, so I would encourage you to connect. People who are close, or people that are close, you know, that kind of smell. It's a great community, and out of the area that we all know very well. Yes.
Yeah, and if you ever catch that, Carol organized this with our homestead. Haven't been there. Go.
This year, the first time we thought
It's amazing.
and Joel's out of town here, one of our speakers next year, so we're happy, excited about that.
My name is Shannon Harris. Queer culture, never seen that before. So it's a whole new learning process, things in gardening. I've always been a gardener, I've always had it, I lived in a beautiful house, and a big giant yard, over an acre. My husband decided to be a pastor and moved to Kansas, so that's how you get a Texas girl out of Texas. So I've learned a ton. I'm actually a nurse. I'm back to school to be a nurse practitioner. My first love was botany, so I know quite a bit about holistic and medicinal herbs and growing and where to find it. She's the forager. She loves finding, what is this? What is this? What is that? So we are moving out of a very large home, moving into gardening in a bigger area. Because if you're a gardener, you need more area and lots more area. She was teaching me tomatoes, and no one likes tomatoes. I like salsa. Looking for a good pickle recipe because my pickles did not turn out good this year, just FYI. But starting small, learning and loving, but gardening is my happy place. So I've done ER trauma for over 25 years. So you need your happy place.
You need a garden.
You need a garden. I made a crocheter and knitter and spinner and weaver and weave it and love it and love it. And it's time constant. So actually, we are with me on the car. So, but she's the one who found us on Facebook. I didn't know about it. I've been following her for a couple of years in homesteading. YouTube channel. No, I didn't have one.
What's the name of Facebook?
So I do not have.
We just found
We
this.
just found. I put it on the Kansas.
Oh, yes, we found it.
I'm a part of the local farmers in Kansas shop, local Kansas farmers page, and so through that she found this and said, "Hey, we should go." So we have a call. Here we are. So but here we are, meeting people, different things, and learning, and so that's why we're
Awesome.
I'm Rob. This is Rebecca. She has a YouTube station, Rebecca Touch by Yard. And I'm the money behind it sometimes. Totally keep going. And we came from Columbia, Missouri to here. Such our fantastic. So it's the cheapest way to go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they never planned on starting a YouTube channel. Most people don't know that. But it was because of a channel I was on as a, just as a supporter. That moderators asked, do you have a channel? I don't know. And he said, you should. Because you're in everybody's life. And it took a while to post videos and stuff. And what's it called? Rebecca. He was spelling Rebecca Touch My Yarn. Oh, okay. You know, so I started a channel. And thanks to my brother getting the iPad, I'm able to do videos now. And I just people do a lot of action like those. We have not started homesteading, but we are learning things. Doing what we can do.
Gotta go get on the concessions, guys. Slamming drawers.
Here comes Sam.
So Danny, if you're still in there, there's Laura. Danny was looking for Laura. She was needing some Laura hugs, and so was Ashley at CNC Farm.
I'm just sitting here.
All right, next. I'm Uncle G from Destiny Donnie. I called Uncle G because I got 30 nieces and nephews, and that's what they call me, and have been calling me that for years, even before YouTube. We bought a property over in the Beta in 2019, November, and are just learning everything from the very beginning. Don't have a background in homesteading. The only thing I knew about homesteading was homestead rescue. And the guy running around fixing it. That's the only thing I knew about it prior to 2019. So once we bought the property, we wanted to start a channel just to document for ourselves what we were doing, how we were doing it, so that we have a library of reference. And also, all of our family is in Illinois and Iowa, and it gave them an opportunity to see what we were doing. And the biggest thing that we've gotten out of it is my brothers and sisters, I'm the oldest, and they are now like, hey, we want to do what you're doing. We want to go out to the farm and hang out with you guys. And so I've seen more of my family in the last couple of years than when I lived closer to them. So that's been really good. We are just getting into, like last year was our first year with the garden. So luckily it wasn't fishing. But otherwise, we would have been, like you had said, what's going on here. But we did have like 100 pounds of collard greens that we had no idea what we're going to do with it, because it did so well. And this year, yeah, not so much of anything. But we did have one watermelon, which was good.
And so you have to have pigs, because you have to, or some kind of animals to feed them.
And we haven't quite gotten to that part yet. I'm doing things very slowly because it's mostly just me. And my brother-in-law, he will come up and he will do everything in the world. They drive 6.5 hours to cut my grass for me because they love doing it. And I'm like, hey, I'll take all the help I can get.
I was going to say, you need to come somewhere else, which I don't have grass.
I know little scars that's in it. I love it.
They do.
You can cut down and cut 30 acres of hay for me. You can cut down and cut 30 acres of hay for me.
He would do it as long as you had a tractor that he would drive. He would do it. He will ride anything. It's crazy. But yeah, so that's what we're all about. We're just learning and sharing, and YouTube and reading and figuring it out as we go along. We're trying to learn what the land can do. We've got 20 acres. We're not really doing much with most of it, just handing it out at this point. But eventually, we want to get some sheep and all that stuff, cattle, pigs to help keep the ground kind of ate up and manicured a little bit because it's just kind of wild right now. But that's pretty much it. Thanks.
It's your turn, Nick. It's my turn. It's your turn. You don't have to say much. I'm the old one. 70. And I always wanted to go back to the farm. I was raised on a dairy farm. I got into dairy farm. So, almost 2 years ago, I got my farm. A little over 3 acres. Got a big garden, 2 cats, and 11 chickens. One I get rid of, that's a rooster. Cat free. The other one's on freezer.
Oh.
It's been a rough year for me because I ended up in my arm, and I can't do anything. So my brother comes to stay with me, off and on. And he's helped a lot.
Where you live?
Soldier, Kansas.
Soldier.
Northwest.
Yeah. That's about it.
I didn't know that she has roots right here.
Yeah.
Just
What's morning
basically
reports got?
come home.
Yeah.
I think there's only one or two left.
My name is Jessie. Oh, sorry. My name is Jessie. I'm from Uniontown. Well, I'm originally from Nevada. I met my husband who's from Uniontown, and we've been together 10 years this year. I was raised on a farm. My great-grandparents hand milked 35 head every day. So that's kind of been in my gene. But it kind of skipped a generation, the whole farming thing. My family, my mother, my grandma, they got out of it, got into convenience foods and stuff like that. So I didn't know how to go from scratch or really garden. My mom didn't have a garden when I was younger, but I was too young to pick up on anything she was doing. And Sage, his great-grandparents also had a dairy farm over here in Uniontown. And same thing, it skipped the gardening bug and the farming thing. They had ranches. His family does all big cattle operations, but they didn't do any like the homestead type stuff. So we lived at the lake. We were going to college, renting at the lake, a house in Fort Scott, like out here. And we started like a 10x10 garden because we just really wanted. My mom got me a Mother Earth News magazine subscription, and we really just wanted to start growing food. And so that's how we started. And then that was in 2015. In 2016, we found 5 acres out by Uniontown, just south of town. And we moved out there, and we immediately got chickens. And it was in the fall, so we didn't start a garden, but we should have. What else did we get? We had dogs and cats already. And by next spring, we had dairy goats. And I had a horse that we had taken with us. And that kind of all, we learned so much in our first year. We planted way too big a garden, like 2,000 square feet. And it was totally overwhelmed, but we canned like a year's worth of tomatoes and all kinds of stuff, which I had to learn how to do. And I'm trying to think what else we did. It was a pretty good start. We didn't have any major bumps in the road, but there was obviously dogs eating chickens, stuff like that. And we made it through all that stuff. Now we still have dairy goats. I make soap and herbal skincare. We added a milk cow last year. Last year, the 40 across the road came up for sale, and they were able to buy that. So we have 45 acres. We have beef cows over there. We still have a horse. Dale forced me to start YouTube. I have an Instagram for my soap business and Facebook for my soap business. What's it called? Prairie Rose Farmstead. And then I just started a YouTube also, Prairie Rose Farmstead. And I have like 5 videos of it.
I was gonna wait to tell this story because Jess is one of our talkers, but I'm gonna go ahead and tell it now. But we started a farmer's market in the little bitty town there where we live, and we call it the world's smallest farmer's market on farming because literally there's like 4 of us that show up in this town of 200 to have a farmer's market. Jess comes there to sell her wares, her soap and everything. This is a homestead, like super homestead family they are. Like, they have all those gardens and they're just like, I fangirl over it. And then her Instagram posts for her soap business and her Facebook page, I'm like, you need to do YouTube. You guys are like the YouTube people. So I would not leave it alone until she finds out how YouTube is.
We're very private, small families, so it's kind of out of our realm, but I do enjoy it. I will say that.
That's good.
Not the editing, but the rest of it.
The editing has to be, yeah, you have to learn to love editing.
Yeah.
That's my favorite thing, editing. Editing, really, I love it.
I don't like sitting on the computer.
I could sit there for hours and edit the videos, I love it.
Her channel is Prairie Rose Farmstead, Jesse. and her name is Jess. She also has a Facebook page that is the same, and Instagram, I think.
Yes, yeah. The family's growing. Okay, yeah, we haven't been to the market since what, June?
We probably.
We're pregnant with our third. I didn't mention that. We have two little ones, 2 and 3 years old, and then we're pregnant with our third due in February. So the first trimester hit, and I usually have really, really smooth pregnancies, and it is good, but I kind of nausea and fatigue and stuff like that, and kind of around. So I just kind of laid off going to the market. It was too much. Just like, I gotta cook for my family. That's the main thing. We say to me, I can't cook.
I don't want to say it's full life, but I thought you had
Okay.
Yes. So I was going to speak on grain. And cattle and some pigs. And I'm probably old-time homesteader because I moved from Iowa, southeast Iowa, some of the richest farms in Iowa to Missouri, northern Missouri. And I did that after I got out of college. So my brother and myself moved in. So he was a veteran. He was just getting out of veterinary school. And so, you know, I applied when I went to Iowa State to be a veterinarian. But I said, you got to learn all this organic chemistry and all this physics and all this stuff. So you can make money as a veterinarian, so you can have your own farm. I said, I think I'll just go into farm operation, just learn how to do it myself.
Yep.
And so that's kind of, you know, I was kind of, you know, everything I did was economically based. So, you know, high production, maximum profits. So, but anyway, see, I'm about 45 years ago, so I am a full-time homesteader. But anyway, that's probably enough for now.
Actually, this was gonna be our next speaker, so.
Okay.
Take a little break. Yeah.
So for now, they're done introducing themselves, so they're gonna take a break from that. I'm gonna keep the live going. We'll get the microphones out whenever the speakers
I heard my name, but I didn't know where it comes from.
start standing up there to actually speak. We'll get out the microphone so everybody can hear a little bit better. Got
What's
Jan.
that? Lazy days are dead. So gather together, homesteaders here.
We're here.
I love how Cindy and Gary started off with
Yep.
and how it all got together. It was so beautiful. It was awesome.
That was our main focus. We wanted to, you know, for Jessica and I, we wanted to come and just see if, you know, is Christ there? That was the thing for us. Because for us, if Christ isn't there, I don't want to be part of it.
It's not what we're doing.
No.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if Christ isn't glorified in it, then
Yeah.
it's just not worth it.
am constantly amazed that you can take a seed, a tiny, like a lettuce seed, like Cindy was saying, put it in the ground, and get this beautiful vegetable or fruit or this magnificent tree from one little seed. Now you know that's God. That's God.
And
It's not us.
that's who we've got to give the glory to is God. Because, you know, a lot of people glorify the garden and know how beautiful it is and this and that, but it's not the garden, it's the creator.
It's the creator's garden.
That's the
I am forever in awe. I will forever be in awe over the majesty of the Father and the things that He allows us to enjoy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it blows my mind. Okay, I gotta go charge my phone.
Go potty time, break time, Jesse. Picked her up as well. That's awesome, Jamie. So everybody's just kind of thinking, this lighting is terrible, guys. I'm sorry. Let me turn it. I'm trying to give you guys a good angle, but also the lighting. There's better lighting there, but you can't really see a whole lot. But they're just kind of hanging out now, visiting. Everybody's kind of exchanging channels and getting to know each other a little bit. I don't even know what time it is. Looks like I started this about an hour and a half ago. It's going to run pretty much all day. I'm just going to let things go, and whoever jumps in, jumps in. Who was the last gentleman that spoke? Hold on a second, Jesse. I can't remember his name. He is a speaker here in a little bit, so he didn't want to give a ton of information yet. But he is one of the speakers on. He's going to talk about grazing cattle and just kind of rotational grazing and stuff on a homestead to get the most out of even small acreage and stuff. So, but he'll be one of the speakers here in a little bit. But I will find out name and if he has a channel. I'm not sure if he even has a channel. I think he was one that was coming in as a speaker that was coming in place of another speaker. So I think Hank over at Natural Grandma broke his leg, and I think this guy's the one that came in as a filler, basically. He's who taught Hank. So, but if you guys didn't hear everybody, I apologize. The AC was kicking on in between there. Dale was getting a little hot. So the lady that was in the jeans, Dale did come over and tell you guys who she was. She is the lady that organizes the Ozarks Homesteading Expo. So she is here, and then we've got the guy, the husband and wife from Butler Family Farms, Jerry. I can't remember his wife's name. I'm terrible with names, so don't hate me for it. And then there's Jess with Prairie Rose Farmstead, which I put her channel name in the comments there earlier. But, yeah, so we're just kind of hanging out, getting to know each other a little bit, visiting and stuff. Mitchell with Hendrickson Family Farms is on his way. He will be here shortly. So we're just kind of waiting on him. The turnout wasn't as big as we were hoping for, but there's close to 30 people here. So, if we can help somebody learn a little bit, help me learn a little bit, it was worth doing it. So, I'm going to let you guys kind of run. If you're in here, great. We appreciate it. Check out Butler Family Farm. Yeah, thanks, Jesse, for throwing those links up in there. Yeah, so we'll let you guys run. And if you guys have questions, put them in the comments. I'm going to kind of check back in here and there and just let this thing go the entire time. So.
His house built, he called me. He called one time and said, "Can you give us one cat?" Because he stepped on it, showing this stuff. I don't know. My daughter, the doctor, she's waiting for the cat. You know, I mean, Yeah, of course I asked all these things. And so all the time, people were like, is all power to the my mom was
Yes. If you mix them together, so I love that you're not
Howdy, everybody. I hope you guys are enjoying watching our Growing Towards Self-Sufficiency gathering. And wish you guys were here, but I'm glad you're here. This way, and I hope you enjoy it. And Glenn's doing a good job of leaving his camera so everybody else can talk to it. So see y'all later.
Let's just call it out.
Let's give it a 4.5 pieces talk about an hour or so. I'd like to give us a little talk. Quiet here. I'll laugh.
Cindy Brown. Back to nature. Not sure who all's still in here, but Mitchell at Hendrickson Family Farms just showed up. And had a few others come in. It's kind of loud right now, so I apologize, but take you guys up here and let everybody. So there's the man himself who took all the detours. We've lost a few. We kind of didn't stop running it, but after everybody kind of scattered and got to mingling a little bit, they'll come back in here in a little while though. But Jesse, I think Jesse is still in here letting it run, and then Cindy Brown. Yeah, there was quite a few in here earlier. I think we had like 14 in here earlier, but I just told them we were gonna leave it run all day, and they can hop in, hop out, whatever. So. Are you live stream, Dan? She did video, and I think. I was gonna get the camera out here in a minute. I just wanted to get out and walk around first. Yep. Have at it. I just figured I'd grab it. He was running. I thought, well, I'll go introduce. Let Mitchell jump in there. So. Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure who all's in here. I think we're getting ready to get started. Again, with another speaker, and then we'll go to lunch after that. I'm going to keep letting it run because Jesse told me I needed to. So, trying to get some more watch hours and stuff in here. So, we'll definitely keep you all going. Somebody plug it back in if you die.
Not to interrupt everyone, but if you would like to come back up here and take a seat, we'll get started with our next talk. Before Dennis gets to talking here, I'm going to stress what that speaker's way too loud.
Hey, Jesse.
So, this probably carries better. So before Dennis gets started here, I do want to talk about the fact that one of our speakers was going to be Hank Green from Natural Grandma, good friend of all of ours, and unfortunately he had an accident delivering a Natural Grandma chicken tractor from those of our Homestead Expo. With that story, Hank shared with me a testimony that a blog writer wrote of where he was delivering that chicken tractor. I will forward that to you. It is an amazing testimony that happened because our prayers are for a quick healing to happen there because they're going through a real tough time. Him and Laura trying to keep the farm going with the Natural Grandma ways. But Hank let me know that he could not make it because he is basically bed rest, can't move around the house for like 6 to 8 weeks. And he said, I have a speaker that I'm going to reach out to that taught me everything I know. So he talked very highly about Dennis and wanted me to reach out to him. And we are very appreciative that he's here. Drove about 3 hours to get here, roughly, from northern Missouri. And I want to welcome him, and I'll turn it over to him to talk about grazing and anything else that you'd like to share with us about all of that, your history.
Thank you, Bill.
You bet.
Okay, so I kind of introduced myself as an old homesteader, but for some of you that weren't here, I moved from southeast Iowa to northern Missouri, and my brother and myself bought 230 acres, and it was mainly hill ground, some of it been cropped. One of the reasons we bought the place was it was close to a small town, and it had some hog facilities. At least had some barns and some concrete. And most of the other places that I went to didn't have it. I mean, I knew that I was going to have to be in the hog business to pay for the farm. My brother was a veterinarian, and I didn't know. I had been with hogs since I was probably 8 or 9. We had cattle. When we moved down, we had about 70 head of cows between us. That's pretty good for coming out of college, basically no debt, and being able to get somebody to loan you enough money. My dad put up a loan on his farm so we can make the down payment. And then back in those days, the owner would give you finance. So I don't, that's kind of a thing in the past anymore. But, and then basically we took off there, and so the hog operation turned into about 80 to 90 sows. We failed to finish 15 to 1,600 pigs a year, and I did that up until 95. So, I'm very familiar with hog confinement production. You have to raise about 20 pigs per sow to have that type of production. So, I was Missouri's pork All-American in 1982 and 1983. So I was involved in pork producers and was on the state level. So, it's not like, I don't understand pork production. What the trouble was, we had this land and was trying to think of something to do with it. So back in 83, when New Zealand was, the ideas from New Zealand, which they'd been grazing for a number of years, and they went to more of a controlled grazing where, you put the animals on, and then you took them off, and you let it rest, and that technology kind of came over here. The electric fences, the tread-in posts, and the high tempo wire, the electric fences. So probably my only claim to fame is I'm probably the longest continuous rotational grazer in Missouri. That's probably my greatest title. Not that I'm the best or that I know everything. I'm just old enough. I've been around the block a few times. So, one of the, to give you an idea of everything I've raised, it's kind of like once you kind of get something figured out, you kind of start looking for something else to keep your mind busy or to keep give you something to do besides watch TV. So one of the big blessings that we had when my daughter was about 4 or 5 was that, we had antennas back then, and so you could get the TV that way. Well, we had a storm go through, it blew the antenna down, and so, we didn't have any TV or anything, we didn't have anything to watch. So, and then I was kind of worried, I didn't like some of the programs that were on it. I mean, this is way back in the early 80s. So I put it up once more. In a couple of weeks, it went down again and never went back up. So I basically, to entertain myself, our daughter was in school, and so basically, she came very good in her grades. She came very good with her sports. She came very good with her instrument, and so she excelled in all of those. And she was a valedictorian, but it was a small school, so it's not like. But the blessing of the Lord sending the storm sometimes is a great plus. So anyway, I read books. I spend a lot of time reading books. So whenever somebody says something, and especially related to grazing, I would get their books. Alan Savory was probably the one that started, let's see, what do you call it? The pie grazing. kind of started pushing the idea that maybe the land needs to rest, and then you would get the grass to grow, and then you would have abundance. So, and then the other thing is, I don't know if any of you know Jim Garish. He's wrote a lot of books. He was on a research farm that's only about 20 miles away from us. So the other thing is, he probably started learning at the university what I was learning on my farm. So, and then the other thing that started was we had a group that another person started. We started the Green Hills Farm Project. And it was started with a lot of grant money. He would make proposals to different university, government groups, and then he would get money to get a speaker in. We were paying $800 or $900 for a speaker, and you're kind of throwing yourself out quite a bit to get somebody of that caliber when you didn't know how many people were going to show up. So, we've had Joe Salatin, so most of you guys know who he is. Gerald Fry, the cattle breeding. Steve Campbell, who is his protege, who's taken over for him. But once a year, we would have those type of people come in. So, to give you an idea, this is the stuff that I've been involved in. I've had cattle, basically cow-calf. I finished animals on grass. I put cattle in the feed lot and load them all the way to slaughter. At the moment, I'm sending cattle, calves to be fed, grass-fed back in. I think it's Ohio, and anybody ever heard of bearded butchers? Okay, so the cows that I'm sending back are getting finished, and they're going to get slaughtered. His grass-fed cattle that they're going to sell are going to bearded butchers. So I was in the sheep business. I had up to 400 ewes at one time. That was in the 80s. Joel Salatin, when he first started, when Allen Nation started writing articles about Joel Salatin, about the chicken tractors and that. So that was something new, so off I went on that. So we did that a couple of years. We did a few pheasants kind of in the same chicken tractor. We did ducks in the same chicken tractor. As far as slaughtering, I've slaughtered lamb, chicken, duck, pheasant, pigs. I haven't got the cow yet. I don't know if I got enough time to whip on one. As far as some of the things everybody knows how to make a pork chop. Cured bacon, smoked it, took ham and cured it and smoked it. I make my own kombucha, if anybody knows what that is. I make it strong, so I'm the only one that likes it. So I usually, it's kind of a joke. I just want to see everybody turn their nose up after they try it. I let it ferment. To ferment the sugar out of it. Everybody likes stuff that's sweet, and I've kind of learned to like stuff that's sour. So, the cattle operation is basically a year-round cattle operation. For either a snow event or an ice event, the cattle never stop. They rotate through the pasture year round. They never get stopped and put in a certain area even if I have a snow event, it's usually, most snow events, the snow or ice is usually gone in a week to 2 weeks. So, you know, you might be feeding 100% hay for a while, but the cattle are always moving. So, one of the first, the two biggest things about you know, grazing is you have to have a type of fence that is that will keep the cattle in. The other thing is you have to have one that's adjustable. And so the thing about, you know, you got your fence and your water and your grass. So to learn how to best utilize your grasses, you have to have the water in the right place. So the university has said with anything over 700 or 800 feet, your utilization of the grass beyond that goes down. Now, you know, if you get out west, you know, in a different situation, it might change. The other thing is, where the cattle spend most of their time, they're growing nutrients. So, you know, the cattle are either going to spend a lot more time closer to the water, or they're going to spend more time underneath the tree, or they're going to spend time up on top of a hill. So, when I first started out, you know, why not just let the cattle walk back to the water? So basically, we had alleys that were, you know, they were 20-foot alleys, and the cattle walked out, they grazed, they came back to the water, they hung around the water until they got tired, and then they walked back. So, and then the other thing is, if you put the waters on top of the hills, you draw nutrients back up to the top. So, that was my first experiments with building a fence. So somebody asked me over to help design a grazing system on how they were going to set it up. And, you know, when you help somebody else, you usually help yourself, or you end up looking at something a little bit different than what you originally were looking at. Basically, what they were going to do is they were just going to make lanes. His were 440. They were 440 feet wide, and he was just going to run them up and down the hills. And so I kind of looked at that and I said, that's kind of a neat idea. You know, why don't we try it? So I went back and I had an 80 that I basically had to draw it down the middle of the pond, right? A pond that went right down the middle, and there was a pond. There's a pond in the middle, and then it kind of went south to the road. So anyway, the way I've done that one is I made alleys on both sides of the ditch and then clear around the pond. And so I was having erosion problems. So wherever the cattle make trails, you're going to have erosion problems. So this was my first experiment in just straight lanes. So I basically had to go in and rent a trencher and then do the water lines. Now, one of the things about me, all the fences, water lines, everything I've done without any government assistance. You know, I was doing this stuff back before they even had the equipment program. So everything I was doing, I was paying for. So one of the things I found, you know, water is very important. If you have water in an area, it makes it real easy to graze those areas. And if you can keep your water within, the original was 600 to 700 feet, you get pretty good utilization. So if you take an 80 and put 4 strips on it, you've got the middle strip, you divide it down the middle, and then you've got 2 strips on either side. If you put some water lines on those 2 outside strips, you've got water at least within 400 feet of every place on that 80. And so I used that for a couple of years, and then basically I just started changing everything I had before. The way we make putting in water lines work is we would rent a trencher for a week, and they give you 40 hours, and we would run them so we were getting like 55 to 60 hours on that trencher, and we don't work Sundays, so you can imagine what we were doing. We got somebody on it, and they stayed on it, and 200 feet an hour, that's 10,000 feet. We get like 10, 12,000 feet in a week. Okay, so what I did was partner up with other people. I had a person that we kind of got into cattle. We were buying cattle at the same time, and we said, well, why don't we just kind of stick them together, and we just kind of, we own the cattle together, but we own our property separate. Our property will be separate. And so it worked for quite a few years until we both got so big, and we just, it's kind of time to change. So, I mean, there's always times to do things a little bit different. And it was the time, because we were managing cow days, and how many cows you had, and all that. But a lot, and then the other thing is, with the group that I was in, we rented the trencher for a week, and we went to 2 or 3 or 4 different farms. We do 1,500 or 2,000 on somebody's farm, and so basically, Jim Garris's farm, I basically trenched them. When he lived in Missouri, we went down and trenched on his farm. So anyway, so the reason this works real well is if you want to give the cattle a half an acre, or you want, I mean, you can get down to 1/10 of an acre if you want to, or you can give them 10 acres. You've got to water every 330 feet on those alternating lines. And what they are is a quick coupler that's buried in the ground in a 6-inch PVC tube. And the top of the coupler is about 12 to 15 inches. So whenever I stick my arm down in the tube and put it in that coupler, I've got water. Okay. The other thing is, this was back before tire tags. They had the concrete waters, and the other thing, I've tried mirror fountain waters. They're supposed to be a winter water. You put them up on top of the hill with no protection, they freeze. So the other thing I had to figure out, what's a cheap water system? I'm moving these cattle all the time in the fall, and through the winter, I'm gonna have to have a water system that will work. So basically, how you keep water from not freezing is moving water will not freeze. So you take a 100-gallon tub, you put a float valve system on it, you take a hose off where the valve is, you drill a hole in the end of a garden hose cap, which you start out with a 1/16 hole, and you have enough water coming through there, you're wasting about a half a gallon a minute. And so then you kind of have to figure out, well, where am I going to let the drain water so, you know, you either fence the cattle away from the backside of the water, or you do what I went to. I went to a bigger tank. I just let it go over the side of the tank, and using the water is not a problem. The other thing is that we're using a 50-foot hose, so we're not putting the water back in the same place all the time. So most places I've seen where they have the concrete waters, they're basically, there's a dead zone 30, 40, 60 feet away from the water. So, you know, the watering, you know, you can build this whole system for like $300, and you can use it on your whole farm. I can't buy one winter watering system, you know, one mirror fountain or anybody else's for that kind of money. So, most of my systems are high pressure, or, you know, they've got electric pump on them. I've got one where it's just gravity flow. And kind of what I've always found out is if you kind of look around, you see where the electrical lines are, and then you look at where your ponds are. Sometimes it's, if they're within 800 or 900 feet, you can bury an electrical line and set you up a pump system, and you're a whole lot better off building ponds. And especially if you're willing to do your own trenching and put in your own pipe, it's really cost effective. Because we were getting the cost of the trencher. I mean, this is the only cost, you know, the cost of the trencher was like 5 cents a foot. Okay, so anybody know how much it costs to have a water line put in? Just to have them put the hole in. You guys get into that?
Way more than that.
Okay, you're $1.20. Well, maybe depends on what kind of pipe you use. We were buying pipe, and some of it was less than 20. Some of it, I think the highest I ever paid was like 30 cents. Or 35, that's a 2 inch, or no, 1.5 inches. So, anyway, I mean, if you try to do it all by yourself, you're going to stumble. Partner up with people, find people that are doing the same thing that you're trying to do. That's why I like the Homestead movement. And then especially when you're getting together and, you know, finding out what's your need. You know, what are you doing that I might want to do? And you just make the connection. So one of the things with the Green Hills Farm project was instead of making it all educational, where you brought in the big time speakers or the person of the year as far as grazing is, you know, every operation has their unique challenges, what they're doing good at, or what they're trying to do. And so I just love going to somebody else's farm and just kind of seeing what they're trying to do. You know, if I think I can help them, I will. If they're doing more than I am or doing something different, I'm trying to learn from them. So, yeah, I don't know about asking questions, because once I start asking, if you guys ask me questions, I'll never get back on track. I'll talk about the pigs because, you know, after being in the swine industry, I kind of got disillusioned by, you know, the big guys taking over everything. When it used to be a young person would get into the swine business, and, you know, he would make enough money, he could pay for the farm or buy groceries, at least buy groceries. You know, it's kind of an in or out thing. If they wanted to be, or they could stay in. And there was a lot of farmers you know, the big, you know, there comes a time when you need to decide they're too big, you know, when you got 30, 40 employees, you know, that's probably my idea of being too big. I've always tried to have, I either had my wife helping me when we were in the big business, or when it got to the point that she wanted to do something else besides trail me around, that we got a hired man. So, you know, I've had somebody helping me for most of the last 40 years. So it was either high school kids or, you know, I hired somebody full time. So, you know, I've always tried to keep it right where, you know, I'm not trying to supply the world with jobs. All I'm trying to do is just keep my, you know, I have something to do, and I at least stay busy. If I want to get away, I've got somebody that I can handle it for a day or a week. So, the pig deal was, you know, I've seen a lot of pig operations. I've even seen pigs on their homestead. You know, I watch a lot of YouTube videos. Just out of curiosity, because, you know, I know how I do things. I'm just curious what other people are doing. And like I said, I'm always looking for a new idea. And I think Joel Salatin, his pig operation was probably made a lot of sense. The only thing is, I mean, by the time the pigs moved out, the place looked like didn't look quite like an asphalt. But I mean, the pigs pretty well did a job on it. But, you know, by letting it rest, and then I think he'd make 2 cycles around it. And, you know, it wasn't too bad. The other thing is, the name of our farm is Grazing Acres. So you know, here's my dichotomy. You know, I'm trying to graze animals, you know, sheep, goats, cattle. Pigs are not really grazers. But this, and the reason I got the pig business was somebody, we got German Baptists out, you know, and you know, they drive buggies, and they're right next to my farm. So, and, you know, they're kind of in the vegetable production, you know, small, you know, sheep, you know, more of a subsistence living, you know, that work on people's, you know, the carpenters, build farms, other stuff. I mean, they moved in after I bought this property. So anyway, I got to know them. And so it's about 3.5 years ago, one of them, they knew I'd raised hogs, so I started asking questions. So never ask me questions if you don't want to. So, or you don't want help, because, you know, if I know something about something, you know, I'll at least tell you, or I'll tell you the pitfalls of what doing. The first thing I said, you don't want to try to raise hogs in confinement like I did, because nobody wants to buy a product. You know, you can't even find a hog market unless you've got a trailer or whatever you want to take or something. So I said, you know, you're gonna have to be a passionate system, and I said I don't know much, but I know a few things that probably keep you out of trouble. So anyway, so I lowered him up one day, and we went. There was an obvious operation where they were finishing pigs in a barn, and they had you know, the deal was they had a great big barn where they had feeders in it, and had pastures around that they let the hogs out. And you know, it's kind of one of these deals. I was asking the veterinarian about anybody that had pasture hogs in the county. He kind of got a smirk on his face and kind of laughed. Well, up there at Bovina, they got some hogs that look like woolly, look like sheep. And I said, well, that's kind of interesting. So I said, well, he kind of told me where it was at. So the day I loaded him up, I said, well, let's go up and see what the deal was about these hairy sheep, hairy hogs. So, anyway, I took him around and I said, you really don't want to buy these hogs because they're such a niche pig. They're called Magnolisas. And, but he didn't listen to me. He did it. He got eight of them, I think. And so and then he got him to farrow in about December. So he was farrow right at the end where, what the devil is. Anyway, he did it. So, anyway, and then I figured my grandson needs a little help, needed to learn a little agricultural production, with pigs. So I bought him 6 Magnolia kills. And so that was kind of trying to keep him in with a little tape and stuff, tape. And they ended up by the barn, and within a corral system. In a prison camp, I guess is what you would say. And so, anyway, about the time they said, well, we're going to butcher these, and I said, well, I'll take 3 of them. I'll take the meat out of one, and then I'll buy back 3 of them. So anyway, I ended up with it. So I knew there was a challenge of holding pigs in, so I really didn't know what was. But anyway, everybody, where do you put pigs? Where are you supposed to have pigs? In the forest. Okay, that's what I thought too. The best place for wild pigs, are heritage pigs is in the woods. So I did have a hedgerow that went back into some. It was a fence line. It was an old road. I thought, that's the perfect place to put them. So that's where I put them. And so here old Grandpa was having trouble keeping his pigs in. So by the end of that year, I decided we were going to have to do something different, or I'm going to have a sheriff out of my place. So I had him once. Anyway, aside, I'm a grazer, so one of the problems with being in the woods is there's only a certain time of year where you really have forage. And that's in the fall. The rest of the time, there's nothing for me. And what I noticed when I set my original up, I had a bean field on the other side of the hedgerow, and then I had the grass that I was grazing. So I kind of let them get over on the grass for the cows. And so, the sows and the pigs, they just graze that. And I said, well, that's, they beat that off, and then they started working the ground and kind of bearing it. And so I figured, why don't I do what I did with the cow? We're going to put them out on some of my better ground that is fairly flat, so to make it easy to fence. So basically what we did, we took high tensile wire. What I call it is a racetrack. So it's 100 feet wide, 700 feet long, and then you make the corner, and you come back, it's 100 feet wide and 700 feet back. Okay, I already kind of had a water system. There was water every 330 feet, so I had water every 330 feet to the top race. So basically, I used, the first year I just used hose. I had 100 foot of hose strung out down the hill. That's kind of on a slope like that. So anyway, that gives you an idea. You go down, and then you come back and just keep going. It takes about 2 months to make the circles. I move them every week, most of the time. And the real ticket on making a pig graze is, everybody, they want to put those nose rings in the top of their nose. And most of the places I've seen with those really never worked very good. So I went to what they were called a humane hog ring. Basically, it goes in the nostril. It's got a little lip on the top, and it'll make your pigs graze like sheep and cattle. Okay. The other thing is when you do this, they're probably not going to want to work on a self-feeder very well. So, so I was trying to figure out, is this even going to work? Can I feed a minimal amount of corn and make this, have a product at the end? So, anyway, we kind of decided about 2 pounds of corn was enough. And that gave you some control over the pigs. They have to get away from you. If you show up with corn, you can always get them back. The other thing is they're always planting the seeds. But basically, a single wire with high tensile, it's about this high. Okay, both ends are just a steel post in the ground. And then I use a real light wire to hold the high tensile wire so it can be adjusted. My posts that I use to hold the fence up are my old fence posts, which are the blue ones, which is there's a lot of different fence posts, but the ones from New Zealand, they're fence they're posts from New Zealand. I don't know. I can remember it if I wasn't under pressure. But anyway, that way you can lift them up, you can move them over a little bit if you have to. The other thing is you're going to have to weed eat them underneath the fence. Because the grass will grow up and the pigs can't see it. And then, I don't know. But if they hear that little clicking sound, they know it's there and they'll stay in. So, anyway, that's my big claim to fame as far as the pig operation. Basically, raising pigs without turning everything to mud. So, if you're going to do it, you either have a lot of ground to run them on, or either rain. So, anyway, I probably talked enough. It's now questions. You want me to shut up? Don't ask me questions.
I don't know. So you're running it basically in like a windmill in a circle, you're saying?
Well, it's like a racetrack. You go down, make the curve, and come back.
Oh, okay.
It's just real simple. It's a straight line.
So you're stopping them at intervals?
I'm stopping at intervals. I mean, I've got the hog netting, the 100-foot rolls they had. And, I don't use it unless I have to.
Because you're high usage and high intensity.
Yeah.
That's
But,
all Joel has.
yeah, he's got, like, he only uses one wire, too. Okay, the gates, for gates, he uses wet panels. Mine, I'll just unhook one. When I get to the one end, I'll unhook it. I've got it 2 different ways. I got a gate at one end, the other end, I just unhook it, kind of pull it around. Big seed, green grass, no wire in front of it. Joel says the pig won't move across where the wire was. It's big.
Or it's been electric.
Yeah, they get used to that boundary, so, but it depends on the pig.
At least the pigs I got,
Yeah.
thank you moved it, or if you raise it up, they'll go under it. I moved the sows, I got 2 sows, and I raised the pigs off of them. So we're grazing around our homestead, I guess. And so I've kind of, what we had was holding them back with netting. We opened the netting up by having this little sled that I threw the corn in. as fast as I can walk. We walked probably 100 feet, 150 feet. We had already propped the fence up. They'd already been there before. They ran in through the corner on a piece of concrete. It was so fast. Anyway, and even little pigs, if you go to 2 wires, one pretty close to the ground, and then put another one up, a little bit higher. One about here, one here. He basically got a pretty good big fence. But you have to use high tensile. You can't use the polycord or the tape. But when they go into it, they don't get that pressure back. They don't have that pressure back to stop them. They'll just run through this. The other thing is, I only breed the sows once a year. I'm trying to make this as simple as I can. I want to raise the pigs. I want to kind of get the experience, but I don't want to have 2 litters. If I have 2 litters, you just got more groups. You've got a group of little ones. You got ones you're trying to finish, and you got the sows with the little pigs. So you kind of have to pick your battles on this. I was figuring, I said I only feed them 2 pounds a quarter. 2 pounds. I mean, when they are big, and I've got some that I'm going to get slaughtered here at the end of October. They get 2 pounds a quarter.
Like a feeding or
Once a day.
2 pounds?
2 pounds.
That's Mangalese.
How long do you go out in Mangalese?
Well, they're born in like June or July, and then they get slaughtered like October. I think last year I did some in December, but I mean,
Of the next year.
of the next year, so they're
Longer.
basically
They're
long.
15 months old.
15.
What weight do you slaughter them at?
Okay, I don't have a live weight, but the slaughter weight, usually over, the slaughter weight's over 140 pounds. I've had some up 165. Okay, so for somebody that's into economics, guess how many bushel of corn it takes to finish a meal doing this?
How
How many bushels?
Yeah, how many bushels? I give you the formula. 2 pounds a day. And it's 365 plus you might add another 4 months. So how many pounds of corn? So it's
About 1,000?
1,000 bushels.
No, a pound, I think. Let's see. About 1,000 pounds, and there's 50 bushels, so that'd be about 20 bushels.
Okay, well, I figured 17, so you're a little high. But you kind of get the idea. I mean, the hogs that I had in confinement, I was having to convert. I mean, barrel to finish was 3.5 pounds of feed per pound of product sold. So. The other thing is since we're not in a hurry, we don't feed any protein. So what I do is I try to get the best hay I can get. And what I do, I have some old hog facilities that are open, that is concrete with a shelter behind. And so I bed the animals with my good hay, and as they eat it, if it's cold, I kind of give them a little bit more, but as they eat it, that is their protein. Hopefully it's,
And they compost it.
well,
Do they eat it well?
yeah, I mean, they're eating a pound or 2 of it a day. Back when I had confinement sows, the gestation part of it was in this facility. And so that's what I either bedded in a straw or hay or something like that. And they ate it. lower belly, and so, and if you threw it outside and they got it dirty, they wouldn't eat it. But if you put it back where you fed them, they will eat it. As long as it's dry, they will eat it. But if they poop on it, there's no way they're eating it. Okay, so anyway, you know, one of the things about me, I always push things too far one way. I push it that way, I push it that way, and then I try to find where I fit. I mean, what's the best thing? Now, you know, I'm into grass fed, and the first reason I was into it was for economic reasons. Because I could run twice as many cattle, feed half or a third as less hay, instead of owning 500 acres. You know, I can do the same thing on 250 acres. But I had to manage, you know, I'd spend more time if I was doing this. So, you know, on the cattle deal, I mean, in the winter, you know, everybody thinks you put them out there and you just run cattle around until you don't have anything left. And then you start feeding them hay. Okay, so my scenario is on the cattle, every cow, I'm a fall calver, and so I got a cow calf through the winter, and then we don't wean until July. Well, 1st of July we usually wean. And so the system is, the perfect system for me is if I feed one bale of hay, which, you know, it could be 13 or 1400 pound bale of hay. And that's kind of grazing the rest of the year. So what you're really trying to do, like now, you know, you've got 2 cycles of grass. You've got your spring cycle, and then you've got your fall cycle where grass grows again. Where, you know, you get rain, it cools down, your cool season grasses. So what you try to do is you try to produce a grain bank that you can graze all winter. And so what I've seen with most people is they have too many cattle for what their place will really handle. If you start to get over 2 bales, you know, if you're consistently over 2 bales a year on a cow-calf operation, you're overstocked. If you're 3 and 4 bales a year, you're way overstocked.
And that's per calf pair.
Cow-calf pair. Okay, so you know, there's times of the year when you move fast. In the spring, early summer, you move fairly fast. You get into dry times, you slow them down. You get into the fall, you speed them up a little bit. And then you get to, you're going to have 160 days, basically of drought. You know, when the grass is not growing, the drought could be in the summer, it could be in the winter. You know, we always have a drought in the winter, so you have to prepare for it. So you slow them down, you know, like the way it's set up, the steel posts about every 60 foot. That's, if 330 foot times 60, it's a half an acre. So if I want to give them an acre and a half, if I kind of get an inventory of what I've got out there and decide how I'm going to feed my hay and how I'm going to slow them down a little bit. So I figure out, you know, a cow-calf pair, I'll get 40 pounds of dry matter. So I'm gonna feed them 1 bale of hay, and so let's say it's 1,000 pounds. And I got 100 cows. You know, that's a fourth of their requirements. The other has to come off the ground. So you know, I'm always calculating at how fast I want to go. But most of the time, I can get about a 140, 150 day rotation, going back over what most people have let their cows walk over and tromp into the ground. Okay. The other thing about this whole system is it really makes your operation drought proof. You don't have to have, if you do this right, you aren't looking for the government to bail you out when you have a dry weather. I've been at this for just about 40 years. I've never had a drought yet that really affected the cow. Now, I might have moved some calves off earlier, a month earlier, but I never fed hay. I've never fed hay in the summer. As far as being able to buy some hay, I don't. Okay, the other thing I don't do is, I kind of go back and forth and put my own hay. If you can buy hay for $50 a bale and it costs you $30 a bale, and you know you've got $30 or $40 worth of nutrients in that plant, it's a no-brainer. Don't use your own hay if you can stretch your grazing season out. And so, the other thing is I got tired of ruining my summers by trying to put up hay. See, another thing is like my partner that I dealt with, we would put up hay together. So, I wasn't just putting up on my own. We owned the machinery together. We had our own tractors. Basically a nightmare on keeping track of everything. I just decided I'm tired of running my summers. I got better things I'd rather do. I'd rather raise chickens or ducks or pheasants.
Follow your cattle with your pigs or vice versa?
No.
Or they're all separate?
The pigs are on their own separate place. I could pull up the fence, go right back to the cow. All I do is roll up some high-tension wire, pick up my treading post.
You could if you wanted to, but you choose not to.
Well, no, okay, so the thing about grass-fed beef, why would anybody want to eat grass-fed beef? You say, well, it's tough. It tastes like leather or something. And so my wife is my worst critic. She can blame more about the meat than anybody else. I guess because she knows how to get my goof. One of the things is most grass-fed animals are not finished. So in my system where, my calls are my heifers that don't breed. And so, I breed heifers as I have for a while there, for probably 7, 8 years. I bred them as 2-year-olds and they did. So, if I had anything that came up open, it had to be my grass. And then I keep bulls. For 30-some years, we have a lot of bulls, we have a lot of heifers. So, we're line breeding, I guess. I got a line bred herd. And basically that was, when I got into this, there was not any cows that I considered that were grass and cattle. So we started out with some breeds. You guys all heard about South Pole. Okay. They call them North Pole. Basically because when Teddy's Henry started his, I started kind of close to my herd at the same time. Teddy came to my farm just to see what I was doing on grazing at the time. The person that I bought the bars on a bull, the South Pole, the bars on a red-handed, Center Pole, and her. The Center Pole got put into line because, we were kind of happy. our cattle are adapted to hot weather. I mean, they shed off. You're in a part of Missouri where it gets cold. And a lot of the land that I have does not have any windbreaks. So it's like, I'm really finding these cattle made about the winter, maybe just to get to the hill. So they have to be able to put on some hair. But they also, when it's 80 to 90 degrees, they still have to have a tank. So, anyway, but, once you breed your own animals and they do good on your place, you're not really the one to go out and bring somebody else's cattle and start all over again. I'm too old for that. So the quality, when the animal, so where is the nutrient value of meat? Where is it, in the muscle or in the fat? So I'm going to ask you a trick question. It's in the fat. And chicken, there's not much difference between chicken protein, beef protein, and cattle. I mean, there is some, but all the health benefits are all coming from what they eat. And if they're eating different grasses, legumes, different forages, forbs, you're picking up all these polyphenols. You guys ever heard anything about this? Yep. So, once you kind of go down this rabbit hole, it's a long rabbit hole. Because, you wonder why everybody has all these sicknesses and has all these problems. And then you listen to what the universities say, and you say what big business and what pork producers are telling them, all them. It's kind of like they stick their head in the sand. All meat's the same. Well, the fat is where all the flavor is. That's where it's all the nutrient benefits. So the cattle deal was, everybody understands the cattle. The pig deal is, if you basically got a whole diet of corn, but they just run them out of pasture or a dirt lot, basically there's nothing special about that pig. I mean, the breed you're going to be, other than, they're having a better life than they are in a hog house. So one of the things with the pig was, why don't we make this fat and lard that's in that animal really healthy? Probably, if I was I probably got the best lard. I mean, you got the pig, that's a lard pig, and it's known for the quality of the lard, the leaf fat. You get excited about eating fat. Because when I have a pork chop, there's about that layer of fat on the pork. Now, the meat's not like that, but the fat layer's not like that. That was kind of it was kind of a whole new experience. You got to learn how to eat fat. But anyway, if I could ground the whole thing up and put it in the sausage or put it in the ground pork or a breakfast sausage, you wouldn't think nothing about it. You see that muscle and you go to the store, that's all there is. It's just that muscle. Anyway, I knew I did the ranch.
What breed of hogs do you have?
Magnerese.
So you just have the Magnerese.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the Magnerese. I didn't know if you had any other breeds.
Well, it's hard to anyway, the other thing is I got a whole bookshelf of books. If I get into anything, I want to go through it. I'll give you great juice, great, probably don't know as much as I do. He knows how to put it. Let's just put it that way. But, you know, everybody's operation is a little different. And he likes the way he does it. I watch, that's probably the only video that I watch on a really regular basis. Because it gives me a reference point every week of what somebody's doing really good. So I can say, yeah, he doesn't think of something else. I'm not having that good. You know, so, you know, it kind of, it's kind of, you know, and I'm not.
Sorry.
I'm not saying a lot of everything I would tell you that.
All right. So I went ahead and came outside. About to tip the old picnic table over there. But carrying your phone everywhere. So that one there was a little bit long-winded. It's bright out here. It is lunchtime, obviously, so I went ahead and came outside to be able to go live for just a little bit out here and be able to talk. But I will throw the link up here if I can figure out how to do it. Hold on. There we go. I guessed. Clipboard. Okay. Let's go in here and we'll go to comment. Got it. So there's the link. You guys, if anybody wants to jump up, I'm actually going to go to this table over here. Sorry. Because this table faces the other direction where the sun is not blasting me in the face. So there's the StreamYard link. If y'all want to jump up and visit just a little bit here, feel free. Jump on there. So anyways, Dennis was talking about rotational grazing, and he does a lot of rotational grazing with pigs. He's got cattle, he's got sheep, and he rotates them all on his pasture so that it doesn't tear it all up. So again, if that was long-winded, I apologize. I appreciate everybody being in here and just watching and helping with our watch hours. Obviously, that's a lot of the reason we're letting this run the entire time we're here. I know it's probably not the most exciting thing to watch on here because it's probably a little bit hard to hear some of it. I never pictured you with no hair. Always thought it was covered. No, it is bald, Miss Brenda, or as Easton would say, my youngest dad is balded. So, but we appreciate everybody for sure jumping in and staying in the live stream because it is helping our watch hours. That was a big deal for us. We're getting closer to the 1,000 subs, but don't quite have the watch hours there yet. So shooting for both. I think we're 70 subs away from being at 1,000, and we're somewhere around probably somewhere close to 2,500 watch hours now. Hey, Kathy. Yeah, balded. Balded is what Easton calls me. So, but everything's going good. Not quite the bigger turnout that we thought we were hoping for. Not necessarily thought we would have because we knew that it was probably going to be a smaller turnout, but we were hoping for a little bit more. But definitely there's about 30 people here, so it's a little bit easier to visit and, get to know each other a little bit and hang out and mingle. So it looks like it probably just ended in there for now for lunch. So everybody's kind of coming outside. And as your watch hours disappear, I see my views are dropping and never get monetized. Yeah, your watch hours are basically rolling 365 days. So anything that was watched 364 days ago or 365 days ago will drop off, and today's watch hours count. So it's a rolling 365. So thanks, Brenda. We appreciate that.
Okay, so how much?
Oh, I have a guest. Sorry. Where's? Oh, sorry. Oh, there he's sleeping. Yeah, I get it.
Oh, he finally woke up.
Yeah, I'm not used to it on here. I see it on the computer and stuff when you pop up a lot quicker, but here I got to look in a different spot. So, how's Jesse today?
I'm a whole lot better. Every day I get better and better.
I say, how's that 20/30 vision you got going on?
It's good. It's good. A lot better than what it was when I was 20/50. Just saying.
I bet so.
Yep. Yeah,
There's
now I really know what
You have to smell it.
you look like. Oh, look at here.
Oh, that smells really good.
Yeah, I need her recipe.
This is a soap from
Prairie
Jess at
Rose.
Prairie Rose Farmstead. That's one of her goat soaps.
She has a YouTube.
That smells really
Instagram,
good.
And I want to know if she shares her recipe like Chris does, because I'm like, her.
Jesse was falling asleep.
Recipes again.
What's that?
Jessica stealing recipes again.
I know, right? That smelled really good, though.
What does it smell like?
Wendy, I'll watch yours too. So, is your eyes and stuff doing good, Jesse?
Yeah, like I said, it's getting better and better every day because the swelling is going down, and the eye is obviously healing itself. But no, and I put these eye drops in, 2 different eye drops twice a day, 3 times a day. I'm sorry, and
Okay.
they put them in actually for me. But yes, one is an antibiotic, and the other one is a steroid.
I'm gonna get some more.
Okay.
Yeah, now I know how ugly you really are.
I know, right?
No, I'm just playing.
Now you can really see me.
Yeah. How was the trip up there? I see you lost your connection, but
It was good. It wasn't as long as I thought it was gonna be. It was only an hour from our house to here, so it wasn't too bad.
yeah.
Yeah, we kind of got into those hills over there between between Butler and 69 Highway, I guess you'd say.
Right.
Up and down, so we were losing signal. So Jessica went ahead and shut it down. So, but we'll try to go live again on the way home too. I'm gonna let it run all day today while we're here. I don't know if it'll end up going as long or not, but with it not having as many people here, obviously it may go long into the evening or anything like that. So,
Well, whatever you do, just leave the stream running. Even if you walk away and there's just people watching, let it go, because you'll be surprised how your watch hours will go way up.
yeah, I'm just gonna leave it going. Hey, squirrel on with the big guy. Thanks.
That's Little John.
Who's that?
Little John, score one with the big guy.
Okay.
Little John. And then you got Kathy with Rich Cat. You got Jamie with Country Leslie.
On our playlist. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Oh no, that's Hardneck. Okay.
Wendy, that's a Wendy. And then you got Brenda from Redbird.
Yeah, I'm trying to let it run. It's gone. The subs have kind of gone. Not subs, but people watching. It's been anywhere from 2 to, I think it was at 14 at one time. It's been around 6 or 7, 6 to 8, somewhere in there. So
have you had a chance to meet everyone that showed up so far?
Yep. I've visited with everybody who's been here. We got to meet with Jan and her husband, and then Uncle G, Rebecca, and her brother, and obviously
anyone?
Gary and Cindy.
Is there anyone that was a surprise?
Speaking of Rebecca,
There she is. Hey, Rebecca, how you doing?
Great.
Oh,
Sure enjoy being here. I got my dog over there. I'm just watching him see if he'll eat finally.
hold on, Rebecca. I'm out of uniform.
Oh,
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm in uniform when I'm talking to Rebecca.
I hope it gets cold enough up there you can wear that outside.
Oh, it's cold. We had a cold front come through this morning. It was 70.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that's cool front for me. I was already looking for my jacket.
I've never gone, I've gone on StreamYard from my phone, but now I'm doing it from my computer. I don't know how to get on there on my own phone to do it.
if you go,
Great seeing you, Jesse. I hope your eyes get feeling better. And
Oh, I'm doing a lot better. I just got one more surgery to go, and I'll be done.
my brother had that surgery done a while back, and he doesn't have to wear glasses anymore. He couldn't see far away, but now he can see far away, but not up close anymore.
hey Jen.
Hey, Jen, it was good times there. What the flock?
Oh, there's what the flock. We got all kinds of people showing up now.
Everybody's showing up.
It was great seeing you.
All right.
Talk to you
Take
later.
care.
Okay, bye. Come on, kid.
Yeah, Rebecca, she's been making hats and stuff all morning. She's working on something.
Yeah, I love mine.
Jen said she was working on corrals or something. Chuck corrals. Well, Jen, we appreciate you stopping in and saying hi. What's Miss Lisa up to today?
Well, we went to the farmer's market. She's got her hands full today. She's got papaya. She's cutting papaya, peaches. She's drying seeds. She's got cucumbers to cut, jalapenos to process.
They were,
She's got all kind of stuff going. Well,
Good. Keep her busy.
Yep.
Keep
her out of trouble. No, keeps her out of trouble. Oh, she said she can still hear it.
Uh-oh. Now you're in trouble.
Yep, so did y'all get to go out last night?
We did. We went to a barbecue place here in town. I forget the name of it though, but it was pretty good. We went out with Dale and Lisa and Uncle G and Gary and Cindy last night and had us some barbecue, and then we went back to the hotel about 9 o'clock ish. Got some sleep and got up. Came over here this morning early, and that was about the extent of it last night. Setup was pretty easy, so there wasn't a whole lot to do. But it's been a good thing. It's just been kind of not quite as big of a turnout as what I think a few of us were hoping for. But again, it was kind of a later in the year after all the other big shows and events and stuff, so didn't figure we'd have a ton of people.
Yeah. After it's all said and done, when you guys get back, you can have an after action review and find out what went well, what didn't go well, what did we do good, what did we didn't do good, and what can we change for next time if there is a next time. And that's the best way to do it, because you can't expect every meetup to be
before that,
Well, I love pumpkin rolls. Jamie says she's gonna make a pumpkin roll. I love me some pumpkin roll.
It's not acceptable anymore.
Yeah, I love pumpkin pie.
Exactly the same.
What's that?
I said, say again? Is there somebody there at your house that can accept a package there, Glenn?
Should be, yeah.
Right now, our persimmons are dropping.
Okay.
Those persimmons dropped.
Well, you got a package showing up here today or something?
I think it's today, yeah.
Wait till they get them, so I
think it's
can
going to be today or tomorrow. No,
Okay.
today or tomorrow.
Yeah, I heard that Jessica's dad's there in the picture. So
sometimes we'll
somebody's at the house. Yeah, we don't know if we'll do one in the spring Brenda or when we'll do it, but I know we'll probably do it again. It's just trying to plan it to where it's either before all the other ones, or obviously not the same time because they're obviously bigger than ours. So they usually draw a little bit more people. So,
I'm right person.
but go see inside. I'll take you back inside and see what's happening there real quick. Everybody's kind of grabbing food and things like that, and
Well, you need to go get you some food as well.
got my line. I'm not too hungry right now, but I'll run here.
Tell you what, that room has a very good sound carry. Because when those guys were
What's
working,
that?
that room has a very good sound carry.
Yeah.
When those guys were working in the kitchen, you heard every time they dropped the spoon.
Is that Jesse?
They got Jesse.
Hey, my father.
In the flesh.
I can't hear you.
In the flesh, she said.
Yeah, in the flesh. Hey, when are you taking me to the farmer's market?
Yeah, I want to go.
When are you taking me to the farmer's market?
We'll drive
When you
together.
coming? Whenever you come down.
We'll drive together. I want to go too because I was looking for one. It's 20 or 7 days a week.
Dale, we went yesterday.
What's that?
Oh, Dale, we went yesterday. You should look at the video.
Yeah. So he watched some of it, I think, yesterday because he was watching you go get your vanilla from your supplier. Tell him, no, I want the other one, the real stuff.
Yeah.
So. We got what are we eating here?
Baked potatoes.
Chili cheese baked potatoes.
Good. Hi, everybody. Everything's good with jalapeno.
Hey, Jessica.
I got good onions, strong onions.
I got
What's everybody saying there?
You're making them hungry.
Might be better quality than live streams inside that big room.
Yeah, folks. Jamie, that farmer's market's open 7 days a week, 5:30 in the morning to 5:30 at night.
See our new banner, Jesse?
Yeah, it looks good. It's real good. Very detailed.
What's that?
Very detailed.
Yep. Not too bad. So.
Did that cost you about $80?
That one there was $70. So not too bad.
That's what I paid for mine.
Yeah. So that wasn't too terrible.
Yeah, I got mine from Fast Signs.
Thursday through Sunday. Must be talking about the farmer's market. Brenda's eating her candy corn, Jesse. She's telling you to be quiet.
I'm eating mine too. Look. No, Jamie was saying that theirs is open from Thursday to Sunday.
I'm gonna turn this over to either Jessica, and I'm gonna grab something to eat too. But
yeah, you got to start smelling it.
Somebody's got to talk to Jesse.
I'll just drop down. That way she can just put the phone down.
I can't even hear.
It's all the way up, so I don't know.
Hey, Glenn. Glenn, let me just drop down.
What's up, Jesse?
Hey, well, you tell me what's up.
Yeah, I can't hear a darn thing.
Hold on, I'm gonna go shut the air off.
Are you having fun?
Is that good?
Hold on, I can't hear anything.
Well, they got a lot of noise in there. Right? People in the chat, they got a lot of noise. They can't hear me. Oatmeal with peach butter. Wow.
It was not all the way up.
I'm talking to the chat.
How's your day? How's your eye?
It's good. I can see you now.
Good.
Yeah, I can see you're 3 months pregnant.
What?
I said I can see you're 3 months pregnant now.
I can't hear. Yeah, and I can't hear. We need like a Bluetooth speaker.
I can definitely see you're 3 months pregnant.
Hold on. Probably hearing better. Oh, there's not. No. Now what'd you say?
I said I can see now that you're 3 months pregnant.
Hold on, it's a delay. Now I heard you. That's terrible. I can't hear anything on it, and it's all the way up. I think it's just because it's kind of loud in here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. That way you can just put the camera down.
Okay, well, it's good to see you. Tell Lisa that I said hi, and well, I think I'm just gonna keep talking and then pick back up after lunch with comments and all of that.
Okay, well, y'all have fun.
I'm gonna set the camera over here, and who knows who might pop in and say hi.
Okay, we'll see. Bye-bye.
All right.
I can't hear it either. I don't have any.
Well, I can't hear anything.
Listen.
There you go.
The lighting is just terrible.
And I live right off. So you may end up able to kind of see.
It was still the way I left it all that time ago. It was 5 gallons of 1 month.
And then the next thing he said is that you are so like mine. Why you go sound like it wasn't until my brother yes, we do.
I met him at the conference. Before last August. And trying to get him, you guys talking about, I'm trying to get hold of him, give him another conference, pretty much a conference to give him.
Dark jelly block that's got that sticker. This
Yeah.
that she did this. She did this. She said, don't make it think that I'm being forward. And I was like, I love this. You know? Shots of like small. I don't know. Well, I'm not. You just want to do have family friends who
What are you cutting?
yes, they are.
That's right. watching my water and I climbed and I found out
Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up on some comments. Brenda's at 375. Jan jumped in here on her way back. Awesome, man. Trying to see where we left off. Sorry. Jan must have went somewhere for lunch. The nachos and stuff were really good. They had chili cheese nachos, jalapenos. Yep. Yeah, I'm just letting it run all day. So Gary's over here grabbing him some Skittles. He wanted some freeze-dried Skittles. That's awesome. I'm glad you guys can talk back and forth. And where's all the door prizes at for those that attended? I don't know. Just yapping, eating ice cream. Oh man, I like me some ice cream. That's my favorite. So I guess I could come over here and do a giveaway. We've got soaps and jams and stuff over here. We've got some freeze-dried Skittles. So we might give some of this away here in just a little bit, guys. So if you're still in here, what we talked about yesterday on the way here, we were just going to do a guess a number between 1 and 100 type of deal, and the closest one to it, we were going to give it away. So that's who was going to get it. So we haven't done the giveaway tool in here yet, so we don't know how that fancy wheel works that Jesse uses all the time. So let's see, food. Never had freeze-dried candy. Well, Brenda, maybe you'll win you some Skittles. And if not, maybe we'll just send you some Skittles. So we've got a lot of people who are wanting the freeze-dried Skittles now. Jessica finally posted it on our Facebook page and to sell them. So we've got a lot of people that we're going to have to go back and get a whole bunch more Skittles and get some more freeze-dried, because there's a lot of people wanting them now. So, but so yeah, we may we'll probably give away some stuff here in just a few minutes, guys. I would say that within the next 5-10 minutes, we'll probably do a little giveaway. Either give away some soap and some Skittles and stuff that we've got here on hand. But I'll talk to Jessica, see what we want to do. I want to get monetized so I can get my freeze dryer out of the Yeah, I'd like to get monetized. It would be fun, but it takes a lot to get any kind of payment, per se, I guess, from YouTube. So, hey, Tennessee Bushcrafter. Good afternoon. We're just kind of letting this run all day. We've been here at the Growing Towards Self-Sufficiency gathering since 7:30 this morning, but we're just letting the live stream just go the whole time, and we're just checking in and out. So I've got to check y'all out on Facebook. It's yeah, Brenda. We have a Gathered Together Facebook page, also Gathered Together Homestead. And then also just mine and Jessica's personal page. So that's where we post a lot of our stuff too. So, but we do have a Gathered Together Facebook page, if y'all didn't know that, and we're on Instagram. So I think we've got a little over 2,500 followers on Facebook, which is crazy to me. You get 2,500 followers on Facebook, but not all of them follow you on YouTube. So it's kind of crazy, but we have quite a few on Facebook. But well, I will holler at Jessica here real quick, and we'll see about doing a little giveaway real fast. So see what else she wants to give away. So I'll be right back. All right, so hand me the stuff there. So I'm back. So, hey, Uncle G. So we are going to give away just some small little things here and there, but what we've got is a bag of freeze-dried Skittles, one of Jessica's oat and honey goat milk soaps.
Hey, don't promise a specific scent.
It's oat and honey, but it may not be super strong. And then also we're going to throw in one of our stickers here for everybody. So we've got 7 people in here right now, so we'll just say guess a number. You pick the number that we don't know. You got your number?
Between what?
Between 1 and 50. Pick a number.
Hold on, I'm thinking.
Hey, neighbors.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so she's got a number. So we don't have the fancy tool, so we're going with a number in Jessica's head.
And I won't
So
forget
we're going
it.
to say pick a number. Everybody in the chat, we've got 8 people in here. So pick a number between 1 and 50. And we'll give everybody here just a little bit, and we'll see. We got 2 numbers so far. 3. We got 8 people in here, so.
You gotta put a number in the comments.
Where are we at? Number between 1 and 50, guys, and we will draw it here in just a little bit, here in a few minutes. Give everybody a chance to put numbers in. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people so far, so there's 2 that haven't done it. Okay, so we'll go another. Nana, that's my number. Hey, an orderly life. So if you just came in, we are doing a little giveaway here for some freeze-dried Skittles, a sticker, and a bar of soap. So pick a number between 1 and 50, and we will give it away here in just a minute. Okay, 49 and a half. Come on, Nana. So we're going to say without going over the number, I guess. Closest to it without going over. Let's keep it to some numbers. So I don't think it's half numbers and 0.9s ain't gonna.
Just the closest number to it.
Closest number to it. So we're gonna go ahead and we'll draw it in about 10 seconds, guys. So if you haven't put in a number between 1 and 50.
We'll reveal it, not draw it.
Yep. Yeah, we won't draw it because Jessica's gonna tell me what number's in her head here in a minute. All right, so Jessica, what is the number?
22.
Number was 22. Let me go back through the comments here.
And I didn't look at anybody's, so I don't even know who's got.
So she wasn't watching, so the only one she saw was Nana's 49 and a half because I said it.
I heard something about freeze-dried Skittles.
Yes.
There was a 27. There's a 19. Looks like it is Jesse. So Jesse with lazy days ahead. 19 was his number. So he was within 3. So Jesse, we've got your address, so we will get you some freeze-dried Skittles. And I wouldn't have needed the prize anyway. Okay. See what happens, Jesse, when you stay in the live for 4 hours. Jesse is there the whole time, throwing links up, letting it run, so we appreciate it. Jesse took my number. So, Jesse, we'll get that sent off to you. If you guys are still in here later on, we will probably do another one later. So, we're going to get ready to get started here on another deal. So, yeah, stick around. We're going to keep on going.
Relationships are with us in this circle, and talking about our relationship with Jesus. There's another relationship in most of our homesteads. It probably comes number 2, and that's marriage, right? Relationship with our spouse. So we get the exciting privilege today of celebrating somebody's anniversary.
So today is actually Simply Jan. So Jan's anniversary, and her husband came. So we did something for them. So I'm gonna take y'all up here and let you guys see.
We're gonna sing happy anniversary to Kevin and Jan. Happy anniversary to you. Happy anniversary to you. Happy anniversary, Kevin and Jan.
Happy anniversary
to you. Woo! So Kevin, now you're on the spot. How many years? 17 years. Praise the Lord.
I say this, we've been together 18, so yeah, I got 18. I'm counting 18.
Marriage-wise, it's 17.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
I saw that.
Well, I don't really give an arm. Yeah, take it from me. Hi, guys.
Rest right now.
Well, it was Lisa and
Jessica.
All right. I'm eating freeze-dried Skittles. I am gonna plug y'all back in again, and we're gonna get started here in just a little bit again things, but kind of set you guys back up, and I'll check in here in just a little while. There's the new banner if you guys haven't seen it yet. I'm actually going to move you guys up towards the front because I think Jess with Prairie Rose Farmstead is going to speak about medicinal herbs on the homestead. So if that's something that interests you guys, I'm going to get you closer so you can hear. Thank you, Cindy Brown, for putting that on there. Appreciate that. Eat some more Skittles here. Don't worry, Jesse. I still got yours. I haven't ate them all. I'm gonna move y'all up close. Let's go this way. I'll put the external charger on that one.
You want me to do this?
You want cake? We'll wait.
I mean, it's all good if you can get it to record and do what it wants to do and not touch it. But as soon as you touch it, and if it changes.
Hi, Cindy. Hi, Wendy. Hi, Brenda.
I got to go for $900.
That's why
I like photo bombing yours. Nope, you're good. I mean, you know, it's nice to have another. Right. We learned how to use our camera, our phones. We use for it, and I guess the picture changes. But you know, it's kind of cheap from one camera to the phone to the camera. There's nothing to do about that. So. We don't have like analog, so. I got to do this. I used to use ABS. And I went to Camora. And I'll tell you what, Camora is $100.
Hey guys, I'm eating cake. I had fast food. Oh, I'm way too. I can't read the chat. I had fast food. First time in probably a year. But I went to Arby's, so it was pretty good. And the cake is delicious. Okay, hold on. Hey, Chicken Beak. A quiet and orderly life. Hi.
It didn't have the stuff. I can't do
Nana's 9 acres. She's here. New comments. Thank you. Thank you, JD. They surprised us with the cake. Well, Jessica, Lisa, and Cindy all took off right after we got here. And we had no idea what they were going to do. They come back with a cake, but I didn't get to see it. Kevin saw it because he's 6'2". He can look down. I'm short. I never saw it, so yeah. Thank you, Jesse and Lisa. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go eat my cake because we're going to be doing Jess's medicinal herbs, and I'm so excited about this teaching. I'm so excited. It's cool. Okay, love you.
And I just said this is copyright music. From more has all kinds of music, sound. You're already past program. You can use all this. I mean, this copy is popular for 4,000 different genres. I really can't think of anything else besides actually full songs. And there are some full songs. So, you know, you can do good. I do refer to my banjo, and He's got like a crappy dad, he gave it first years of that.
Yeah.
We were with that man that kid from Missile. You are it's Jesse and there's a guy there, there's a magician.
Yeah.
Singer challenge November 1st.
Yeah, that's. Because the challenge is mail this sticker on November 1st and see how quickly I can get it.
Right.
Whoever's sticker comes first. Is what he's.
Well, if we do is try to cut through the stickers.
Right. I mean, that's what you want to do. Okay, I just see that.
We got stickers being made now. I wanted to have stickers for it. I did my stickers by her at Jesse. And he goes, if you sticker, I'm like, oh, that's my father.
Yeah. I love that.
And then I realized what it was. I think it had problems with that. Now it's like, and he said, use stickers. And I realized it was good. Then if we get kids, they have a sticker. Well, the person who does our t-shirts for us, I called him up. And he did our card in San Diego, lives part of it. Oh, can you give me a sticker for He goes, what size do you want? I said, no. I didn't get 2 by 3. She goes, no, it's having 3 by 3. So I gave him 3 by 3. Yeah, I'll give him
Do good.
Not run around.
I don't remember, and they're on the smell when they dump in the water. Oh, there's got to be a better way.
You all going to speech.
Why does you wouldn't have a sticker?
I know that a bunch of property that we're no. And I picked up, 17 years. And I got a picture of me. One standing on the back of the desert, and he's not as tall, pulling forward out of there. So I gotta go out there. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's cool. So I'm putting the straps out there. Go out there, put all the little straps out there, go out there, and they steer them off.
Then also, like, I don't have eggs.
Alright, so I guess we'll move on with our next song. I kind of already fangirled once over this young lady, but our next talk is going to be by Jess Hall. She's from the Prairie Rose Homestead. They do homesteading. She does a lot of marketing, and I'll let her talk about all the different ingredients that she makes. And I kind of asked if she would talk about this subject, about medicinal herbs and things that can be grown both at home, in a homestead, or on your farm, or that you can forage for. I think she was pretty good on this subject. And we are not only excited to have her here, we're also customers of her. My rooster back there from Rooster Review refuses to take a bath or anything without her, so we use nothing but Prairie Rose Farmstead. So I'll let you take it away. Anything else you need from me, I'm going to be out here and I'm going to make sure I'm recording this. Because my mother told me I had to.
Okay, hello everyone.
Hi.
Thank you guys for listening. My name is Jessie, as Dale said. I'm pictured here with my husband Sage and our two little girls Sylvia and Julia. I told you a little bit about our background a while ago, so I'll kind of skip over that, but we use goat milk. I grow a lot of herbs. We use all that for making soap and skincare products. And as Dale mentioned, I sell those at farmers markets. I have a website, all that. We grow a lot of food. We now have about 3,000 square foot garden. And probably an eighth of that is herbs, I would say. And we grow our own beef. We have dairy cow, all the good stuff. We try to do everything holistically and organically as we possibly can. We feel like it's really higher quality is what we're doing this for. So whenever you start getting into herbs, then you might be trying to figure out which ones are good for you, because we can't all grow all the herbs. And one thing to think about is your health issues. What specific conditions do you have that you might need to be taking teas for, or tinctures, or topically? Also, if you're on any medications, it's good to do your research because herbs, they are medicinal, and some can interact with medications. They can interact with other herbs. They can interact with existing health conditions. It's good to do your research, and I'm not a doctor. I'm not a herbalist, so definitely do your own research. One of my favorite herbs is calendula, and that is because it is just so widely known and widely used for many, many things. Antifungal balms. I have two different, one salve and one balm. I have a diaper balm that has gotten like amazing reviews. I have a friend that I sent it to, and she sent it back. Messaged me and like, and then it cleared up her terrible diaper, her son's terrible diaper rash overnight. So she was just in love with it. I also have a salve for cuts, sores, all of that. And hair with arnica can come in and can make a really great muscle rub if you have sore muscles. As far as internally, it stimulates lymph drainage. So if you take it in a tea, you can make it your own congestion that'll help get you flowing. And also, it can be used as a salad. I mean, just take the cut off and put it on top of the salad. It looks pretty. It has a fresh kind of taste. Historically, it's been used as a food dye and a fabric dye. And you don't want to use it internally if you're pregnant. Like I said, use the flowers and for growing it. It is an annual. I start mine every year, but I always have a little bit that resows itself. So it's a really good one for that. Really easy to grow, very hard to drought tolerant. Peppermint is another really, really common one. It's good for various things. It's really good for headaches. So in a balm, and you just rub the balm across your head. That'll ease headaches or across the back of your neck. Sore muscles, so you go in a sore muscle, itchy or inflamed skin conditions. I just had a really bad smell of poison ivy, and one of the balms that I used to fight the itch of poison ivy was peppermint. The other was lavender, and I think it worked really well. It eases nausea when you take it in a tea or a tincture, and can also leave gas, stomach pains, indigestion, lack of appetite. So actually, it's really good for morning sickness for pregnant women, and if you have motion sickness in the vehicle, just drink a tea before you go, or if you have a tincture, a couple drops of tincture. And actually, it's an emetic, which means if you take it in large quantities, it'll induce vomiting if you have food poisoning or something like that, where you need to expel what is in your stomach. It's good for that. Also, you don't want to use if you're nursing. It will dry up your supply. And not for prolonged use within infants for the same reason. And it is a perennial. We learned the hard way that it can be invasive and kind of right in the middle of our garden. And it kind of took over. We've been smothering it out with raised beds. One benefit is when you mow now, it smells wonderful. Echinacea, my very favorite. It's another one that's good for a whole host of things. And actually, I don't say don't try this, but if they say venomous snake bites, venomous spider bites, I wouldn't want to mess with rattlesnake. I do have it in our house, but I'm not going to test that or anything. Poison oak and ivy, wills, cut wounds, skin infections is known as an immune stimulator. A lot of people think it's an immune booster, but it's actually a stimulator. It doesn't make your immune system work better, it just activates it. And it is really good at fighting infections. So when you get a cold or when you get a sore throat or something like that, if you drink an echinacea tea, it boosts or stimulates the immune response and helps your body fight it off faster. All roots or all parts can be used, but the roots are where it's most concentrated in its medicinal properties. And one way to your plant is at least 2 years old before you harvest, before you dig it up to harvest it, and then you can put some of the root back in the ground so that it keeps growing. And you always have some. Elephant pain is one that probably hay fever, and a lot of us have issues with hay fever in the summer. The roots treat the bronchitis very well. It stops irritable or chronic coughing. The root is used for, like I said, both of those things. And then same thing as Echinacea, you want to dig it up after year 2, like break the roots apart and then replant some of it so that you have it going still. And comfrey. This one is kind of a controversial plant in the herb world because internally they have found it has a lot of issues with your liver. So if you are already have a weakened liver, so alcohol use, or your parents, if you have hepatitis, if you use drugs, or if you consume a lot of caffeine, you don't want to ever use comfrey internally. But it is wonderful as a topical poultice or in salads. My husband got hooked on a horse this summer, and he dislocated, I think it was a disc, or almost fractured a disc, something like that. And we put a comfrey poultice on his back. When he went to the chiropractor, they said 3-month healing period, and by doing the comfrey poultice every day, he was back up and going within 3 weeks. So his nickname is Homestead, or Knit Bone. There's actually not a plant called Homestead, but it's Knit Bone is what the Native Americans called it, and it's really, really good for fractured bones, torn skin, torn perineum after childbirth. So it's just really good for strength. Lemon balm is a really good one. It has a wonderful taste in tea. It's known to break fever. It treats cold and flu. It's calming. It's good for depression, nervousness, anxiety. If you combine it with chamomile, it's really great to take right before bed if you have issues with insomnia. Or for babies that are in that colicky they call the witching hour, you can give them a little bit of tea. The chamomile and lemon balm tea is perfectly safe. You don't need it if you have hypothyroidism though. And it's a perennial, it's related to mint, so it can spread. I haven't had that issue. Mine just stayed in a little, like the spot gets thicker and thicker, but it hasn't spread like the mint has. Chamomile, another one of my favorites, is calming, nerve numbing. It's very calming. It heals burns, cuts, sore muscles, painful joints, and rash. It's great adherence for blondes. And as a light tea washed into your eyes can heal conjunctivitis. Internally, it soothes nerves, irritability, insomnia, nightmares, hypertension, cramps, spasms, alleviates gas, ulcers, treats fevers, cold, flu, headaches. It is a gentle laxative, so you don't want to take too much of it. And one of the best ways I've seen it used to bring down a fever in babies is as, it's not an enema, but it's like a mini insert of chamomile oil inserted as an enema. And it cleans out the bowels, gets everything out there, and it can bring down a baby's fever in like 5 minutes. So that's really, really handy to have when you have little kids. Use the flowers. It's an annual, it self-sows. German, there's 2 kinds, German and Roman. The German is stronger, but it tastes bitter. And the Roman is sweeter, it's harder, but it's less bitter. The marshmallow plant, a lot of us know as hollyhock. They are 2 different plants, but they have the exact same medicinal compounds. And so they work completely the same. The poultice can heal wounds, burns, boils, ulcers, abscesses, bruises, gangrene, and blood poisoning. If you gargle the tea for sore throat, it helps an irritated throat. Internally, it treats infections or inflammations of the mouth and throat. It settles acid indigestion, stops bleeding in the urine, stool, or nose, and the vomiting or splitting of blood. And it promotes lactation, so really good for us moms. And you use the root. You can also also use the flowers in here. I've made a shampoo bar before with just the flowers, and that was really nice. For yarn, this is another one that's kind of an in the closet herb, but I really enjoy it. It's got a very beautiful flower. It's so easy to take care of. It's drought tolerant. It grows right here. I have several different colors of the flowers, but one thing to note is the white and pink flowers are what you want to use medicinally. The yellow ones are just ornamental. As a poultice, the number one reason I grow this in my herb garden, as opposed to just going and finding it wild somewhere, is because it will stop bleeding immediately. So deep wounds, you can use it for nosebleed, just roll up. It's nicknamed the plant is actually nosebleed. And it can heal burns, cuts, hemorrhoids. They just taken it in teas for just antibiotic and cleaning out the system. It's a uterine astringent, so it protects against uterine incontinence and cramps, but you don't want to use it while you're pregnant. But it is great and it sits back after you've given childbirth. It's very soothing and comforting. Bee balm is another really good one that probably all of us have seen running around here. It's great for treating wounds, itchy or irritating in the muscles. It's great internally for soothing colds, coughs, stomach cramps, and it's gentle and safe for kids. You use both the flowers and the leaves, and it is perennial. Again, you can be invasive, but I have not had that experience with it. So those are my top 10 favorite herbs. And as far as harvesting and preserving and using your herbs, when you want to harvest those is midday, because mid-morning, after the dew has had time to dry, and then so you avoid mildew when you're drying, and then before the heat of the day, because the heat of the day, all those volatile oils in the plant will evaporate, and then when it cools off, it's not an issue. But in the morning, that's when they are most potent. Is in the morning, mid-morning, after the dew is drying. So that's when you want to harvest. And then for drying, you can do many things. Some people use a dehydrator or a freeze dryer. Some people just use racks or hang it from the ceiling on lines. You can use just metal racks, or you can use just sheets like window panes with wire cut on them. I have tried many different ways. You can't really go wrong. You can, if you have a ton of bulk herb, is pile it up, and then as long as you turn the herbs once a day, they won't get any mildew. They'll dry out just fine. But also, you can lay them out singly. The flowers, the calendula flowers, the chamomile flowers, I will lay those out in a single layer and just let them dry out 4 or 5 days to dry and ready to go. Storage, and you want to dry them in a dark place where there's no sunlight, because that will deteriorate their medicinal properties. Storage, same thing. I put mine in an airtight glass jar, and then in a dark closet where it's cool, it doesn't get too warm in the room I keep them in. And for topical use, making salves is really, really easy. You just need carrier oil, your herb, and you infuse your herb into your carrier oil for anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks, depending on which herb it is and what type of oil you have. And then you just strain off the herb, melt beeswax into that oil, and put it in a jar or in a tin, and it's let it harden, and you put a lid on it, and it's good to use. And most of the shelf life on that is like a year on salves. So that lasts a long time. And then for internal use, making teas, there's actually 3 different strains you can make just a flavored herb tea. You can make a decoction, and I think there's something between decoction and the herb tea. I know there's 3. I can't remember right now. But it's just different, letting it steep for different amounts of time. So 7 to 10 minutes is your normal flavored tea. 20 minutes, 25 minutes is for a more medicinal potent tea. And then 30 minutes, keeping it on a low simmer for 30 minutes is your decoction. And that's your most potent type of using internal. Well, besides tinctures. Now for tinctures, you take your plant material, put it in a jar, and cover it with 100 proof vodka, or you can use apple cider vinegar or white vinegar or vegetable glycerin. The vodka will have the most benefit medicinally, it will extract the most out of the plants, and the vinegar and the glycerin will not have as long of a shelf life. So you do that, let it steep like that for 4 to 6 weeks, and then you strain off your herb. And then the tincture dosage varies based on which herb and what ailment you have. And it's usually anywhere from 4 drops, so not as insane. And then I like to always say medicinal herbs are kind of just our back pocket thing. It's really used for keeping overall health and such, but it's just one part of having whole body health. And I think these other things play into it just as much. Balanced diet, exercise and movement, which I think we probably all get plenty of on the homestead. Sunshine, fresh air, grounding. I know I don't drink enough water most of the time, so that was a big one for me. Good sleep, meditation, being peaceful and calm within yourself and connected to our Creator, I think is another really, really big aspect of overall health. These are some of my favorite places to buy seeds: Baker's Creek, Mountain Herbs, Truly, Strictly Medicinal Seeds, Etsy, and of course local plant nurseries for getting perennials and things that you don't want to get shipped in or that are just local and easy to get. Support is always really good. And then as far as books, for further research, the beginner books over there is where I started, and I still have both of those back there to look at. Medicinal Herbs, like a beginner's guide by Rosemary Gladstone. She's one of my favorite herbalists, so I love all her stuff. And the big book of Hobbies for Your Skin, Health, and Home by Jan Berry. That's a really good book if you want to make your own stuff. It has tons of so simple and easy recipes. At the front of it, it's got lists of every herb is good to use for, what all the oils are good to use for. And then the next level of step up would be the herbal recipes for Vital Health by Rosemary Gladstone and Handbook of Vegetarian Herbs by Alma R. Hutchins. I haven't used that one a ton. It's a new book. I do really like it. And then my very favorite book probably is The Healing of the Herbs of Life by Leslie Tiara. And the Rodale Illustrated Encyclopedia is a really good one too. But those are my top books, and I have them at the back for anybody to look at that wants to. So, yeah. I think that covers it. I have a website, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. Yeah. Does anybody have any questions?
All right, well, I gotta get her started.
Yeah.
When you dry your flowers, do you go ahead and dry the entire stem, leaf, whole thing, or do you just dry the flower?
So most of when I have picking just the flowers is calendula and chamomile. And if you keep picking those, they'll keep putting on flowers. So I pick just the flower, and then I dry that. And I like to turn my chamomiles upside down and dry them flat, so they're not all crinkly, because then I can use them as cute set toppings and stuff.
So between now and like next spring, when people like myself start planting all this, you're gonna have all these YouTube videos out, right? In between like having a baby and your other two.
Yeah. I'm not doing anything.
All your extra time.
I don't know if you caught her last cheese cook-off video, but it cracked me up the whole time because the girls were like, they were playing, all of a sudden, Jessica's, never mind, my girls are like, what'd you say?
I don't even know what.
But I got such a laugh out of like, they're not minding today or something like that.
I think I had to pause and go to snack and Tied off, but yeah, it's wild.
Anybody else have any other questions?
So how come this knowledge is not readily known and a lot of herbalists around? What's the reason for that?
It might be an herbalist around here. I just picked these because they're 10 that are really easy to grow, and they have a very wide use. They can all be used for many different things. So that's what I picked those 10 to share. But I think a lot of people don't know about herbs because allopathic medicine doesn't promote them, and it just kind of gets overlooked a lot of times. Yeah, they're free. Go on the side of the road. Yeah. I hope that answers your question.
But you did make a huge point too. Make sure you check what your health conditions are and what medications and vitamins or minerals or whatever.
Yes,
Something
the
that you're
pharmacist would probably be the best person to ask about that because they're supposed to have a wide knowledge of all the things that interact with the medications.
So, my wife has a question she's afraid to ask. How do you use chamomile for sinus spasms?
You would, when you're having a muscle spasm, you would use an infused oil. So you would want to put your chamomile oil, your chamomile into whichever carrier oil you're using, and let that sit for 4 to 6 weeks, and then strain it off. And then whenever you're having a muscle cramp, you can use just the oil and rub it onto your muscle, or you can make it into a salve where it's a little bit more shelf stable. And it's not, it's easier to work with because it's not a liquid oil dripping everywhere. It's a salve, and you can just get a little bit and put it on the spot. Any others? Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm probably gonna put use these slides and make a vlog. So all of this will be on the website. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I should have made it
Not there on the YouTube.
Oh,
You're gonna post that out.
yeah, I would put that on. If I can't get this actual PowerPoint to go up on my blog, I'll put all the information on there.
So, your blog is what's it called?
PraiRoseHomestead.com.
Okay.
Yeah. That's my blog, my soap shop. That's where you find me.
I've had other people that have asked questions, and you're just kind of the one here that I know does it. What form do you do for your online marketing?
I got a WordPress website, so I got WordPress.org, and then I'm posting through Big Scoops. And so as far as the selling page, I just have an e-commerce. I bought an e-commerce theme from Restored 316. It's called the Refining Theme. So that all came when I bought WordPress, and I can't remember how much that was.
But instead of having like a Shopify or an Etsy or something like that.
Yeah. Yes.
What's the benefit of doing that way?
Etsy has really high commission, and it's very flooded market. There's for goat milk soap anywhere. They might not be for other things, but for me, it wasn't feasible because of their fees. I would have to sell my soap for like $12 a bar to cover that, and they just take a lot out. And then whenever I have my own website, I'm building my email list. I have direct connection with the people ordering from me, helping them in ways or being able to talk to them personally or things like that. So I think that's really big plus of having your own website versus the Etsy shop. And I think Shopify, you can have your own website, and then Shopify is just like the e-commerce thing that runs the transactions for you. It's just how you build your website, kind of like doing or something like that.
I think I just gave you another content idea, a video.
Well,
or you just need to do this.
Yeah.
Is that all?
You did a great job.
Oh, you don't have to turn around behind them. Okay, does anybody need a little short break? Go use the restroom, whatever. I think we're gonna have a little panel discussion, here in just a few minutes, so, I think we need to start with maybe, G, Glenn, Jess. We'll have you guys come up, Mitchell, Gary, you guys want to be up. And we'll just kind of talk, or we can talk as a general group here right together. It'll probably be more beneficial to us up here.
Yeah.
But let's take a few minutes and say 5 minutes or so, let's meet back together and have a little discussion.
I leave that everywhere. Hey, I gotta go. I've got another thing I've got to get involved in. I go to Herb Village to fundraiser. Thank you for coming. But yeah.
I'm sorry.
Glad you're here.
It's small.
Yeah, it's just
Oh. Did you have the jalapeno?
Yeah.
I put them on there and I get them off. I know.
Put them on there.
Don't let them this. Yes, it is very useful. Oh, yeah. That's a different type of one. It's basically the same thing because it uses the water. But plantain, chewing up, that's better. Or out. Yeah. Yeah. Chicken is great. Never shot there and dressed like that. That's how my husband and his little try everything.
It's been worth it?
Yeah. Yes, I do. February. I got to do it. Yeah, it's a great call. It's never like after the it's always a surprise at the end. Yeah, like that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I kind of figured that's where you were going with that.
Well, we always say, make Lord, okay, good. Yeah, not yeah, I don't have to
Right, right.
I just printed a full page. Yeah, and I covered the whole thing too. Yeah. Now I do have you can get full labels and you can do that and then cut it out. But it's more expensive than just using paper. Cut it out.
Yeah, I know that.
We hear all the talking, you just leave us sitting on it. Yeah, Danny. I was coming to turn you around. Everybody was taking a break.
Who's talking?
Everybody's talking.
I did.
We put you in a corner, Danny. You're in trouble. What's that? It's live. It's all on there.
I was telling you, I want my brother right now. Because I want my finger back.
Nobody puts baby in the corner. So Danny's Homestead said nobody puts baby in the corner. Yeah. She's referring to the movie Dirty Dancing. That movie. Got Patrick Swayze in it.
I can't say that I have seen it.
Okay. That's what she's talking about. She's joking about. Hey, Brenda, still in here. Hardneck. Didn't go shooting. Yeah, we didn't get shooting either.
Usually, I go to
Yeah, Cindy, this one's been kind of nice. The size of the meetup has been great.
We usually and she's not, she misses something like a 5 hit, like realistic. So she's not
What was the meetup in Fire? I don't know, Brenda.
I go and make that drop on Tuesday nights. I've been over, crazy. And I actually missed on Tuesday.
So you guys see a little bit of other conversations going on. That is Gary and Cindy and Jan and her husband over there.
We're going to go and turn it down in Tulsa here.
Huh?
Team and singles and doubles.
I don't know much on permaculture. Maybe that'd be something we could maybe find somebody that could discuss a little bit of permaculture for next time. Well, the marigolds and stuff, they attract pollinators and stuff to the garden. Yep. So for pollinating like your flowers on your tomatoes and things like that. The marigolds and stuff, if you anything that puts on a flower or something, they help to attract pollinators. Yeah.
like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's like, it's a free thing. They want to just paint it for the actually, I think now, 2005, I was very better. And she had me live in we had to watch it. This house has been rebuilt since 2015. Before I was born. So it's one
Let's see, mats. Got to go back a little bit. Planting flowers for hummingbirds and butterflies. Okay. Met Gary and Cindy at Hardneck. Says they met you and Cindy at and Jan at Fire.
Yep.
Okay. California now.
All right, we're gonna
Yeah,
get
that would be a
started here.
little far, Cindy. California's a haul.
We've got some questions that have to be answered.
Are you answering the question?
No, you are.
Me? I hope it's not hard.
Multiple questions, ABC, or EL above.
Multiple choice.
All right, well, we're gonna start our question and answer. We were planning on having everybody that were wanting to answer questions set up here, but you know, there's a handful of us, and so we're just gonna let you guys sit where you want to sit and not hide. And G, you gotta stay right there.
Why would I want to sit by my wife?
So we're going to ask some questions. I've got some questions to ask. We're going to start with the subject of where did we begin as a homesteader? And like I said earlier, we are visitors with some beginning homesteaders. Some of you guys are first generation. They're going to have a different perspective. Some of you guys have just been there a few years. You're going to have a different perspective than people that learned from grandpa and grandma. So we want to hear that. That's questions we're going to ask. Some of my questions I'm going to direct specifically to you guys. And then some of them I'm going to just let whoever wants to answer them. So specifically, Uncle Pete's going to ask him. We know that he is a first generation and a beginner and has jumped into it. And my wife and I have had the privilege of being able to go help him learn to butcher chickens. help him learn to butcher rabbits. And they've got a beautiful place, him and his wife do, and your wife's kind of got the human thing figured out. And so, yeah. Then Glenn and Jess from Gather Together Homestead, right? Yeah, okay. You guys are first generation homestead. How long have you been homestead?
For
Just over a year. All right. Okay. And then in that mix, we know Dale and Lisa, Dale comes from a commercial farming background. Different perspective completely than you guys are going to have. And then Cindy and I, we come from generational homesteading backgrounds. So those are specific. And then Prairie Rose, Jess, we definitely want your opinion. And I don't know your background very well.
It's kind of mixed. I have my grandparents, great-grandparents did this. It's skipped a couple generations, so we had to learn everything, but I didn't know anything.
Okay, cool. Cool, that's a different perspective. Awesome. So my first question, we're going to start all again. And my first question is, what do you think is the most surprising thing you have learned in your homesteading journey? The thing that surprised you the most that you never thought you'd learn? G.
Most surprising thing, how helpful people are. Because I thought I was going into this all alone. And I was going to have to figure out everything by myself. And the YouTube community has been really surprising to me. Open and welcoming and willing to share information that they are. It's one thing to go read a book or watch a video, but it's a whole other thing to talk to someone directly and ask them questions and have them turn around and answer the question and not look at you like, movie, get out of here. We don't know about this. So that's probably the most surprising thing.
Awesome. Awesome. So Glenn and Jess, same most surprising thing you've learned in your homesteading journey?
I would say for me, and probably for her also, would be just how much Christ is involved in it. How much we can learn in Christ versus just homesteading things. I grew up on a farm, whereas she didn't. So we weren't homesteading and doing all this, obviously, but I grew up on a farm. I had that background. We did have a garden and things like that, but I didn't grow up in a house that was brought up in Christ. So when we look at all the things that we do now and how it relates to Christ, and there's so much that we can learn that way, I would say that's one of the most surprising things that we have learned, or I myself have learned. I can't really say that I'm speaking for her, but I would say the same thing that she would say.
I would say mine's close. I think my biggest first surprise and lesson on the homestead, from a worldly point of view, ignorance is bliss, and it's not that spiritually speaking and physically speaking, when you're on a farm or a homestead, ignorance is death, and that was one of our first battles, kind of recurring death in different situations where we thought we were doing it all okay, and then you go out to this or that hutch or coop and you have a dead animal and you can't figure out why. Just a lack of knowledge and kind of jumping in and having to learn so much in a quick amount of so much in a small amount.
Good. So what about you, Jess? Most surprising thing?
That is not cheaper than buying from the store. I really, that was one of the reasons I almost saved so much money. And you do in ways, but when you kind of time in the boxes and all that stuff. Now, what you do get is much higher quality than what you can get at the store, but it's definitely not cheaper.
Even ultimately, you cannot purchase all of it.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, in the long run, you might save some money, but in the beginning, you start homestead, it's expensive.
Yeah.
Fences and, housing and things like that for animals, it is not cheap.
So if you're starting from scratch, you're nothing.
Yeah.
It's not cheap, and there are ways to do it cheaper at times. They involve more labor, and like you said, one of the things that we have discovered is we can do it with less cash sometimes. But if you figure, as a carpenter, I get paid $25 an hour, it'd have been way cheaper for me to went and work for somebody and then buy it.
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, and then Dale and Lisa, what do you guys, most surprising thing you learned on the homestead?
I'll let you go.
Everyone's touched on everything I've thought of, so.
Yeah, cool.
I think for me, the difference in what I grew up in was like what Dennis was talking about. You know, I grew up in a road crop and large cattle operation, and everything was about the bottom line. And when it comes, and how profitable is this going to be? Can we continue to do that? And you know, you almost got a part of the squeaky hamster wheel just to make sure that you had enough to put the crop in next year, and things along that line. Where when we changed to the mode of a farm or a homestead, it was more along the lines of we're doing this to guarantee that we, if the grocery store shuts down, if I get hurt, that our focus completely changed away from money and everything to this is about us and making sure. And then just the practices alone, because I find myself trying to apply those same commercial practices on a very small scale, and it does not correlate. Like Glenn alluded to, the fencing cost and all this kind of stuff. I run up against the walls. If I put up an electric fence, the neighbor's like, well, you can't have an electric fence up. I mean, your cattle will be on me. We've got to build a fence, you know. Or we had an example where we're both at work in town and we come home and we had a fence up and our neighbor decided to clear the whole fence row out. When I had cattle running against that fence, and then they're all out, and then I get questions about, well, how come your cattle were out? Well, I wasn't even here. I know, you know.
Cindy, most surprising thing you learned? Oh.
Yeah. I think the most surprising thing for me today is that looking back to when we first started with Grandpa and Grandma and Aunt Grandma and Mom was teaching me, and even as a child, what I had a joy in the garden always from itty bitty. I can remember from itty bitty, you know, being in the garden. And one of the best things my mom did for me, and I even remember this, thank you for it, is when I was about 5. She let me pick out and purchase my own plants, and I had my own spot, and grew my own little, I mean, it got harvested in the own, but it was my job. That was my area to take care of it. And I learned, and I was a space cadet. That's what they call it in school, because I was always off in my mind. And in that garden, I was in the garden. I was focused. I was intentional. So as a 47-year-old, you know, looking towards, and even when we had our kids were little, that instead of that joy waning and getting tired of something, and this just be, we gotta get through this cycle, like their mom said, this is how we raise our kids. Because for us, it hasn't been cheaper. Yes, more labor, but financially cheaper and fit our lifestyle better. But instead of me looking forward to not doing that anymore, it's almost like my love for it is grown. And maybe it's because there's a Christ, even more of a Christ type than there was. That, you know, as my love for gardening, or as my love for Christ has grown, my love for gardening, I see more of the miracles. So I don't know, you know, we've expanded to great guns more than, I wish we had the knowledge when the kids were little and we were struggling so much that we have now, that would have made that time so much easier. So, yeah. I guess that would be it, just in the nutshell. that instead of my joy gardening and homesteading, repeat your question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So I grew up on a farm, farming. My wife did not. So we have.
What's up? The most surprising.
No, I'm just kidding. That it's surprising to me that when you get on YouTube, and it's not so much a farm place, but you go, and whenever I think of farm or homestead, I think of big pieces of land, right? Well, these people are doing it off their patio, and they're making it work wherever they're at. I just think that's pretty neat. How if you want something back, you can do it anywhere you're at. And that, to me, that's I never done it like that before. I was surprised how much money I make.
Yeah. So, and although I agree with what everybody said, Cindy's right. Her and I have been able to do it. Part of it is the ingenuity. Part of it is that we learned it from the Depression era folks. And we learned that it was the goal of homesteading was to spend no money and produce food. That was the goal. To produce it without buying a bunch of stuff. So, you know, if there's a hog that's thrown out, that's a hog pen. Pile of pallets, that's a hog pen. Or a chicken house, or, you know, stuff like that. And that, an old saucepan, that's a rabbit water, you know. That's kind of how we learn to do it, and we barter and trade for everything. Cindy and I barter and trade for all kinds of stuff. I pay doctor's bills with tree wood. We buy propane and palms and calves. We've done all of that. We've traded. I've built fence for feed. We do a lot of bartering. So it takes cash. It does take a lot of time. And so, but I'm going to say, in saying that, the most surprising thing in my homesteading journey so far is all of y'all will learn to do things this hillbilly's been doing his whole life. I mean, I always kind of felt like the outcast, and like people that I went to school with, I knew that were all about making big money and on-field jobs and stuff, and I was just happy to ready to garden and chickens and have enough to pay my bills. And now there's a whole bunch of people that want to learn that. And I go to these conferences and we get to talk about it. I think that's the most surprising to me is that, well, we all want to do what I'm doing, you know? And I've always kind of felt like it was subsistence living for us. And to know that hey, I've been doing something for years and now it's popular. I think that's surprising. I'm not going to say whether it's good or bad, it's surprising, right? So that for me, this is the most surprising. The next question I have for you all is if I have lived my whole life in an apartment and never eaten anything but ramen noodles and chips, scenario, okay? If I don't know anything about homesteading and I want to get into it, what would you say would be the first most important thing that I learned? How to Google. How to Google. Good answer, Gene. Good answer. Absolutely.
Well, it's gonna be mine.
How to grow your own food.
How to grow your own food. Okay.
I'd say education.
Education. Okay.
My mom took me to a chicken farm, and I learned how to cook chicken before they had the plucker. Yeah. So I know how to do that.
Brother has some
What would you say is the most important thing to learn? Learn to cook, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's, I think Cindy and I, that's usually what we answer. Yeah, absolutely. I can't stand still, Tim. So, any other answers on that question? Anybody else got their answer?
I would say just learn how to produce something for yourself, whether it's a meal, a garden, an animal product. Just learn how to do something on your own. Just how to utilize your time.
How to utilize your time.
Very good.
Mine would be, we often say how to cook, and that's, I think that's a good answer, but a different answer from me, is how to not sell the farm. And by sell the farm, I mean don't quit. My brother and I use that term, selling the farm is quit. But how to don't quit? When you go out there and it's dead, you figure out how to do it different next time, don't quit. Right? And I'm going to say that homesteading is not for quitters. You have to keep going. Why Cindy and I know what we know and why we can answer when you call us is because we didn't quit 25 years ago when it blew up in our face. Right? So we kept doing it until it worked. And
4 years ago when I told
and when it went wrong, we called Dad or Grandpa or somebody, or the vet or somebody. We figure out how to fix it, and we keep going. And that, to me, I see that if you're going to homesteading, partly because I see so much quitting in our world today, that people quit. And when it doesn't go right, they just do something different. And I'm going to say that the most important thing you can start with in homestead is don't quit. If you're going to do it. Right?
I'm going to retract mine. I got a better one.
Okay, let's hear
The
it.
biggest thing I would say is learn how to be teachable.
Teachable.
We can get so wrapped up and prideful and look at what I've done, I can do all this, when in reality we have such a community around us, and if we can just be humble to be able to learn something, even if we're already an expert at it, to learn how to do something and take information from other people younger or older, we can keep flourishing.
That's good.
Yeah, and I agree with that. One of the things that I wanted to learn as a homesteader that I was not taught as a kid, because we all work jobs, right? I grew up in the construction world too. We all work jobs, and there has to be a balance when you work a job in homestead. There's a balance between time and money and product. There has to be a balance. So when I was growing up, if we had butchered and we want cured meat, we took it to the processor. And so I wanted to learn to cure my own bacon, and I wanted to learn to cure my own meat. That's something I always wanted to do. I asked grandpas about what they remember as a kid, because they'd done it as a kid, but they had never done it, in my lifetime. So I asked them, I get these vague memories with no measurements and no exact how-tos. And then, I grew up with a Foxfire book on the shelf. If you've ever read the Foxfire books, they're real neat stories. They're not how-to books. There's no instruction in there. It's kind of somebody's memory. And it's more of a story. And so that was my how-to book. And I found some products that I could read. And it took me probably 8-9 years to figure out how to cure bacon well to where we wanted to eat it. The first one that I really dove in and cured, and I could have put it out for the cattle to let salt off of. It was awesome. Yeah, and about run a pot of beans. But yeah, you have to be able to learn. You have to be able to learn from your mistakes. You have to be able to learn from those around you. You have to be able to figure something out to where you don't quit, but you don't keep doing the same thing over and over again, right? Absolutely.
Mitchell has some too.
You kind of get with Jessica, don't be afraid to help.
noticed a lot with people that farm, homestead, everybody wants to help them, they want to chip in. You gotta be able to ask. Sometimes it's tough asking help. I think it's a pride thing versus fear. It is.
For sure.
And I would say that with that answer, and with your answer, and with your answer, and your answer to Google answer, you do have to have enough head on your shoulders to know whether you're getting smoked. You do have to have, and some of that comes with experience. Some of that you buy the smoke a time or two until you realize that it's just smoke, right? And there, I can show you YouTube videos, I can show you the channels. The stuff they're putting on there, there's no way that worked for them. But it was an idea they read, so they made a video of it, right? And you do have to be able to look at that and say, that's not, at least that's not going to work for me, right? You have to be able to at least say that. And that comes with experience. That comes with not quitting the first time that you bought somebody's line and blew it up in your face. That comes with not quitting. So that's an important part of that learning process.
Well, some of that is what worked for them may not work for you.
You're right.
Not that they gave you bad information, it's just the different zones and different areas that that technique didn't work for me.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of it.
It's kind of like this. I'm getting some peach seeds and I live in soil that is clay. How do I amend that soil that I can plant a couple of peach trees in my yard?
Right. So and you have to be able to figure out how do you find that information. That kind of goes with Googling, but also, guys, an ancient resource that a lot of people don't realize today is your county extension. And that's where you can find that kind of
That's where I can find that information.
Yeah, that kind of information, because that agricultural extension of your agricultural college is for your area. And it will, that's how you find some stuff that will work, right? So that's cool. My next question, for where to begin as a homesteader. What would you say is the most valuable part of your homestead? What would you say is the most valuable part of your homestead?
I'm gonna go again, I'm gonna say education.
Education.
When I moved here in 2006, I wasn't from a farming background. I mean, I had raised rabbits before, but I wasn't from a farming background.
Okay.
And I thought, I'm gonna go to junior college and take classes. And I took every class that they had to do with agriculture except for waste management.
Okay.
And I graduated with a degree from there, in ag business. But there's nothing I feel comfortable doing anything on my farm. Yeah. And I've actually had farmers come to me and say, how did you do that? Yeah. And how do you know so much coming from a city like San Diego? A lot of guys said, oh, you won't be here 6 months.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't think so. So, but education, I value that education. In fact, I've told her sometimes, I might try college, take some more classes,
Cool. Okay. Go ahead.
I know about like weights, and when I was really young, I didn't know much about it. But now I've got enough knowledge that I can actually know how to fix my computer if something goes wrong with it. Because I've asked people that are in the industry, how do you fix this problem? And they've shared their knowledge with me. And it's come in very handy because I've saved lots of money by doing it myself.
Yeah, that's very valuable. Very valuable. So the most valuable part of your homestead. Jan, do you have an answer for that?
Well, it's two-part. First of all, it's our relationship with the Father. Second of all, it's our relationship.
Yeah.
Because if you're not together, you're not going to get anything done. I mean, it's going to be a war zone, and fortunately, we're on the same page. That's very important.
All right. Yes, that's a good answer. All right. Somebody else want to answer that question? Did I hear something about hay burners?
I made a small fortune on horses.
Yeah, you gotta start with the large fortune.
You're asking the wrong person because I can't figure that out.
I understand the answer. Start with a large fortune, a small fortune.
I think, I think the same answers for the last question really playing really good for this question. Because in like James said, you know, if we didn't want to do the same thing, it would be tough to get something going because, especially if she has it work for Brandon was like 12 years old when she went to work. So if we wanted to do something, it has to be a mutual decision that we're going to spend these funds on this particular thing. And I think that's important that you got to be a team to be able to succeed in and have patience.
I wondered why you were setting so far from her. Yes, absolutely.
I do want to give up on this. Like if something like if we're breeding something, it didn't breed or they aborted it or something. Well, we should just sell all this and
You know, that is what I would say. We sell boat, buy a lake house, and have a boat, we'd be farther ahead.
And sometimes there's a time and place for that. Yeah. There's a time and place, definitely with individual animals, to say this isn't going to work, so we have to replace it. There's a time to say, goats aren't working for us anymore, so we put goats in the sheep.
You just meant to say, because I was getting ready to say that. You know, that, for us, throughout the years, that's been, we've almost learned more by what didn't work and not to waste our time. Goats was one of those. You know, we used to raise goats. It was, you know, we didn't have terry goats, I know, but you know, it was one of them deals that everybody just, you know, you want to make money, you got to get goats, you got to get the goats, you got to make money. And it was just, goes back to the debt thing. You know, you can only see so many dead baby goats before pretty soon you're just so downhearted. You don't even want to walk out the door anymore. And you have to learn how to distance yourself from something. You know, you put every ounce of effort into and still is not a success. To learn how to walk away and find something that is successful.
And I think it goes along with that, like having kids, they get attached to a bottle that is a steak and you eat your half. Yeah, that gets a steak. You'll eat one key later. So that goes with the other thing.
I think I could talk a long time on that idea and why I think that happens and why I think that's actually important to catch your food.
It's not important, but you got to teach them that it's they have a purpose for the family, not to be a pet all the time. Like, you have a pet, that's okay, but knowing that it's also an animal, so make some sort of impact for our family.
So the most valuable thing on your homestead.
I would say home. Because if you don't have sacred space to relax, get away from the stresses of losing animals, cook yourself a nourishing meal so you have the energy to go out and do physical work, and to relax and enjoy your family, that probably won't go very far.
Keep around.
Yeah.
Guys, for me, on our homestead, besides my wife and my relationship and our relationship with Jesus Christ, those are definitely the first most valuable, Jan, and I agree with that. The second is skills to make money. The most thing that makes money on my farm is my job that's not on the farm, right? I think a lot of us can say that. So you have to have some skilled, skills, right? that's the most valuable thing. Our farm is definitely important to us, but there are times that a small farm cannot make all my income. So we have to have other ways of making income. And we're in that season right now. So thank you guys for talking with us about where to begin. Is there another question we should ask and discuss about where to begin as a homesteader or beginning homesteading?
I think don't take too much on at once.
Yes.
That's so easy.
Wise advice. And we have done that a lot too. And that leads to death a lot of times, and that leads to failures and burnout.
Quite a bit of that. People that fled cities or fled wherever, and they just jumped wholeheartedly in. They spent all their savings on getting established because they were trying to keep up with the Joneses, as we'd say in the country terms. They had somebody that was their ideal or on their pedestal, and they wanted to do exactly what they were doing without the education, without the skill set, without the knowledge that they didn't have to have the structural, that they could do their structural stuff different. It didn't have to look just like that other person. Exactly. That it could have been done more cost or economical. And then they burn up everything. They have the desks because they didn't have the knowledge. Their garden this year, their garden failed.
Oh, that's just going to happen.
Yeah.
It's on the farm.
And then they're devastated. Financially, they're burned out. And then where are they now? They're saying, we need to go back to Egypt, just like the children of Israel, because they took too big of a bite.
Yeah. And I think part of the way you deal with all of that is that you count your blessings. You count what did go well. You count where you are blessed. You count what is successful. And that's part of how you feel. But I agree with you. Don't get to take too much on.
And I said it earlier, learn the layout of your land before you do anything. Give it a year, and during a year, then make your plans, or maybe start a small garden so you have something growing. I have to have that, but, just learn your land. Because I've seen so many people fail because they built their chicken coop in a floodplain, and they had their goats out and no shelter, and they thought the trees were going to be there, blah, blah, blah. So, I think that's just by, except for the chicken coop we built, we had everything was fenced in our land, but we didn't build anything besides that chicken coop. We were having chickens.
And to go along with that, Cindy and I, we have gone and toured people's places. And you would be surprised, we talk about food production being important. You buy 10 acres somewhere, you'd be surprised how much food production is already on that place. If you just know what to look for and the potential that is there. And so Cindy and I have been given the wonderful privilege to go walk on people's places and show them, hey, there's this tree here, and that's got edible fruit. There's this here that you can utilize for your livestock. Hey, a good crop of the good crabgrass and Korean muscovita that you should be grazing in, so you should be paying this. We've been able to do that and talk about water flow and things like that. You do need to know what's already there, because God didn't make it where you have to plant everything to produce it, right? Some of it needs to be there. Yeah, that's cool. Anything else you guys think needs to be added to that?
Not everything is going to be a success. And you have to have some kind of expectation that there's going to be death. There's going to be things that you plant that ain't grow, for whatever reason. Just learn.
Reliable mentors.
reliable mentor, yeah. Hopefully.
Who can tell you, don't be mowing fences. At least have your neighbor pay it, so you're getting some money off of it, and you're not gonna put some capital in it, so that's good.
And some of that is, take steps to get there sometimes. Yeah, absolutely.
I think another thing, which some of us are into this, aging in place and be not limiting yourself. You know, I hear so many times, oh, I'm old, I have a pain in my back. Okay, get out and do something, and 9 times out of 10, that pain in your back is because it's weak, because you're sitting there watching TV all day. You know, get out and work the program, even if it's one little thing a day. And, you know, to me, I think it was the first question about food. If we did a comparison on eating organically and eating store-bought products, and we actually save money because when we look at it, because of health, we don't go to the doctor, we don't have to go to the doctor, you know, we don't have, we're not sick, we don't very rarely get sick because what we're putting in our body, we're getting a return on that. So to us, that's even if it was $100 more a month, it would be worth it. I don't know if you've seen medical bills lately, you know, they're not cheap. So, you know, to me, it's a win-win either way. But don't limit yourself because, you know, I'm 65, you know, and I feel since we moved to the farm and I pushed myself, I feel like I'm 45 and my body feels in not just my mental state, but my body, whereas in Texas, I was dying to push that. And so, you know, getting out, and I know, Jess, you did just talk about grounding. Take your shoes off, take your socks off, you know, get the dirt. So, yeah.
Just make sure you arm yourself first.
Yeah.
You know, Jan was the same age as my mother. And she was really young when she had me. I'll throw that out. But this past spring, my mother broke a horse ride.
Oh, what?
She broke a horse ride. My dad bought her a registered colt, and she broke the ride. So, yeah, age ain't going to stop you.
One of the things that I think people do when they start something, like Homestead or farm, they grow things and not just vegetables, but meat and stuff that they're not going to eat. So focus on what you're going to eat, try to grow that.
Try something new each year. If you don't like it, you go with it.
Right. I think that's a two-edged sword. I think you need to grow what you'll eat, but sometimes you need to learn to eat what you grow.
Right.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, you can't grow something that you hate.
Right.
Well, the thing is with tomatoes and me, because of having arthritis, I don't eat tomatoes anymore.
Right.
You know, but he can, so I go plant tomatoes with my brother.
Yeah, so then you can figure out something else that will grow in that.
Yes.
Condition. Absolutely. But sometimes, you know, if you've got ground that's going to, if you've got areas where if you're not a big meat eater, but you've got ground, that's what you're going to grow best as livestock, you want to eat with them. Yeah. Absolutely. All right, so we're going to talk about self-sufficient food production. Right? That's kind of one of the things, I think that's the hot topic right now, especially for all of us here, is producing your own food. Cindy and I have spent a lot of our life growing about 80% of our own food. And there's a whole lot to that. That is a can of worms when you start looking at growing your own food and what that means. And we did a challenge recently on our YouTube page, the Homestead Meals for Me, right? To prepare a meal and as with as many things that you produce as you can. And one of the coolest things I saw from that challenge, was people that got on there and said, I did this challenge, didn't realize I had grown a whole meal. That I could prepare a whole meal, that I just had to have one thing from the store. I just had to have the seasoning, I just had to have the spread, and that's all I had to have. And so I think we want to talk about ways to produce more of your own food. Yeah, maybe that's the question we're going to hit up. And anybody feel free to answer these. But what do you think? Let's start out with the hard one. What's one thing you think you could do better to produce your own food? One thing you think you could do better. A goal you're going to set for yourself. Let's put it that way.
Stop going to the store.
Stop going to the store. What?
I think being more realistic in the spring when I'm starting seeds.
Okay.
I usually tend to start tuning and then I don't thin out and then have a huge garden. And we do use it all, but it's exhausting. And like we're overwhelmed and exhausted by the season to get all of it done.
I understand. We're 25,000 square feet of garden in our place. The last 2 years, we did about 3 years of that that was really good. And we got the spray before we went into last year and the last year. Yeah. I understand that.
For me, I think it would be to utilize what I have already there. So like, right now, we have a lot of waste milk. Yes, it is being utilized, it is not waste milk. So change that.
Turn it into bacon.
Turn it into bacon, turn it into eggs. And, but the big thing, the reason why we're only 80% is part of our dairy products that I can produce at home, I'm still purchasing because I haven't perfected the cheese making. I haven't perfected or just took the time we can eat mozzarella instead of having to eat. We can eat feta instead of eating cheddar, sharp cheddar. You know, I've changed my palate to where it's okay, these are good substitutes. I just need to do a better job of using what I've got. I think that's for me. For 23, that's going to be my goal, is to try to perfect what I've already got.
What's the goal you would like to meet this year for producing your own food?
Learn how to grow it, because we're going to the farm market at this time, which gives us better quality food. That if you can't grow your own, go to your local farmers market and buy food, the beef, the soy and stuff from them. And I've actually found better products, particularly at the farmers market than I found in the convenience store.
Let me ask a show of hands of how many of y'all have been at the farmers market currently? Here? Yeah.
Oh,
Vend at the sell at the farmers market? Sell, vend, yeah. But you buy?
We bought.
I'm glad you guys do buy, because that's a big share of our income.
One of the channels that I follow talk about that. Find out who your local farmers are. Be able to barter with them. Because the hat my brother has came from a person that I gave a hat to.
Awesome.
You know, but just, it helps.
Absolutely.
You know, and one of the things that I do get at the farmers market, I am going to be growing.
That's cool. That's cool.
You know?
That's a goal for self-sufficiency, right?
Yeah.
So, Does anybody else have a goal they want to share or something they think they can do better?
Be more dedicated.
Be more dedicated.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I just have so much going on all the time. I don't necessarily always have time, or I don't force myself to do the extra.
Yeah.
So more dedication probably.
Yeah. Sometimes doing less better is more beneficial than doing everything, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So the next question is identify a hole in your food production. Like if we talk about things that we eat, we all eat, well, most of us eat dairy, we eat vegetables, we eat fruit, we eat meat, or protein source. We all consume oils, we all consume spices. Am I missing something? So identify a hole. Let's hear you guys talk about holes you have. That was the point of our milk cows, is dairy was always something we ate and ate, and that was a hole. So we've got a Jersey cow, not just a hole in my billfold. So let's hear you guys talk about.
I have a question about your dairy cow. Are you milking twice a day, or do you have some mornings and some nights?
We both milk twice a day. My wife milks twice a day, because I drive out of state to work 5 days a week.
So she's milking 7 days a week, I mean, twice a day.
At the moment.
That's one reason why I'll never have a dairy cow.
No, we don't always do that, but right now.
That's why you do it very good.
So I milk them twice a day, don't you?
Especially capture, you don't have to. You can do once a day.
You can for some cattle, but not a Jersey that produces 6 tons a day.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't have dairy cows, but from what I've been told, dairy cows pretty well have to be really regimented on like your timing, like 6 A, 6 P. No.
You can, but you don't have to.
So we just kind of commonly do that.
If your goal is maximum milk production, that's how you do it. But
Every 12 hours.
yeah,
And the 6 is 11s.
and Cindy tries to do that, but if she doesn't, it's not going to kill her. It's not going to cause mastitis. We're going to get a little less milk.
Zero grams are really flexible like that, which I have to have because we have flexible lifestyle.
So I'm trying to drop our milk production, so we're at 3 gallons. Well, we were, at the beginning of this week, we were at 3 gallons a day. We just hit 3 gallons. We were up to over 3 gallons a day. And so, I'm trying to, I talked to the vet, consulted the vet, and in order to go to the once a day, I need to be under 2 gallons a day production to try to transition into that. So I saw something, I can't even remember where I saw it. It was in an article. So I'm actually like 2 days this week, I milked in the afternoon and milked in the afternoon as soon as I got home from work. And then I milked again on regular evening. I didn't do my morning milking. That's been very scary to me because she has been so prone to mastitis that it was concerning to me. But I have noticed a drop in her. I also decreased her feed by a third, like her grain-based feed that I give her when I'm with her. And that's another thing. If you want to do dairy, you want to be totally grass-fed, that's great, but you have to have an alfalfa or some kind of a high dense nutrient protein to keep that production up.
And to keep quality.
And quality. Nutrition of your animal.
Yes. So I do some grain mix. It's very, so from the research I've done, she still would technically be grass-fed because it's under 20% of her daily consumption is grain-based. So
let me ask you, what do you produce on your farm?
Cows, and we have goats,
Okay.
and Susan does eggs, and she had all her eggs already sold in there to bakeries.
Okay. Do you produce your own eggs?
Yes.
Okay.
I've got my own egg.
Okay, your own egg. Let me tell you, you don't have a hole in your food system. Because if you were in Madison, Kansas, I'd drink for hay all day long. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm trying to go with this is, if you produce something well, that can cover holes in your system because of the barter system. Because you can barter, we've bartered stuff before, yeah, absolutely.
We had to, because this is the first year that we've been able to
Cut our own
do the whole
You
thing.
know. Yeah, my father passed away in September last year, and I got an inheritance, and the guy who was cutting my hay for me said he was getting married, he wasn't doing okay anymore, and I kind of couldn't figure that out, but I said, fine. So I had an opportunity to buy a baler and a mower and a rake, and so I bought them.
Cool.
You know, I'd done it before. It's not like it was never didn't do it. I did it because I was going to college. They taught me how to cut all this stuff, do it. And so I just cut our own hay this year. We got, even with the drought, we got 63 bales the first cutting and 33 bales the second cutting.
Cool. But what size are they?
They're about 1,000-pound bales. They're 4x5s. And they are true 4x5s. I couldn't stop it right at 5 foot. Because I get 3 high in the barn that way. Easy. Instead of more by, somebody exactly.
What kind of hay you get?
In the factory fescue. Yeah, in the factory fescue. So it's a lot of forage stuff, and less seed products.
What else holes in your food system? Anybody else can identify a hole in the food system?
I would say ours is herbs.
Herbs? I know somebody.
Crazy times that where we had to depend on, I think I could live without the spices on my food, but that's definitely what I would like for, things and, we had to go with stuff.
Somebody has a hard time growing herbs, keeping them alive.
So herbs is a hole in your system. That's, I think a lot of people, and even us growing up, that was the one that mom was just willing to go make. Right? And so that's pretty common. I'm going to add a story in here. I met her when I was 16. I proposed to her at her senior while I was strong. And she's a year older than me, so I was junior in high school. And so at 18, when I got out of high school, I was 18, we got married. Right before we got married, I was helping my mom in the garden. And I knew that my wife's favorite thing, my fiance at that time, favorite thing to eat was spaghetti. And that's when we were dating, and I go over there and she would cook for me with spaghetti a lot. My dad said, I hope you like spaghetti. But, so I was helping mom pick tomatoes and stuff, and, working with my garden. I asked my mom, I said, what all do you have to grow to be able to grow your own spaghetti sauce? What spices are in it, what herbs are in it. And it kind of blew my mind a little bit on how much there is to good spaghetti sauce. I had never eaten dark spaghetti sauce. I ate dark spaghetti sauce once till I met my wife, before I met my wife. We ate spaghetti, my mom made it. It wasn't something we ate all the time. I say that I probably eat it somewhere else and not known it was jarred, but anyhow, so the herb hole, yeah, that's a good name for it. Somebody uses an herb card called something called, what's that you use? Seasoning?
Gar hole.
Gar hole. So the herb hole, I think, is a common one, but I think there's ways around it, right? There's always ways around it.
Community.
Yep, community. Bartering, trading, that's always an answer. There's a lot of times, if I have a bunch of garlic and don't have chickens laying, I trade garlic for eggs, right? That's a decent trade most people would make if they had it. Those are important. So what else? Anybody else got a hole they can identify in their food system?
We're definitely dairy. Herbs. We got lots of holes.
Yes.
But for years, what we learned to do to offset the holes in our food was we became very, very, very good at budgeting and buying things in bulk and at discounted rates. And to cover up our holes. I mean, we're really good at raising protein,
Yeah.
like animal protein. We can flat raise pork and beef when we have, and you name it, chicken. But the garden and stuff like that, something that we're having to work on, because when you work from early in the morning till late in the evening at a pound job, it's kind of hard to find time to get in the garden. So we really had to learn how to adjust our gardening to container type gardening and utilizing a small amount of space to get the most out of it. That does take a lot.
So let's switch this question. What are the strengths? What do you produce well, plenty of?
That's, like I said, protein.
And it sounds like that's what you guys produce most of.
Yeah, we have 40 head. And we have goats who our goats, like we were talking about quitting goats. We've had goats. The reason we bought goats, I got them when I was going to college. We had poison oak, like leave my place. And I'm highly allergic to it. I walk by and jump on my arms, like I don't know how to get it, you know. But goats would eat it.
Oh yeah.
So the school during lunch class means goats and turn out without eating. So we did that. We got 4 goats. And we were having problems with baby production or survival production. We haven't given up. We have not yet given up. We've been doing this for 16 years now. We haven't given up. So I decided that this year we needed to start changing our goats and mixing in the Kinko with the boar goat. From what I've read and study-wise, the Kinko goat is better. And if you mix the Kinko goat with the boar goat, you'll have better meat goats. And we also learned that if we mix our goats with the cows, we have less parasite problems.
Oh yes.
So the goats' parasites offset the cow parasites. So you don't have to. We have problems with the parasites of goats. Since we started mixing, our parasites of goats have gone just about down to nothing. We haven't had a dedicated goat in what, 2 years? Because of the mixing.
You said the key phrase about the baby grow up in goats, and that's the boar.
Right, the boar goat. The babies are born
You
out.
you have good mamas.
Yeah, so this year we decided we're going to start mixing the goats, and we got a couple of Kinkos at the option, and we still got a boar male, and supposed to have a boar male coming. A Kinko male coming probably next couple of years, and then we've been buying more Kinkos and trying to mix them. The Spanish Kinkos mix, yeah. Yeah, and the cricket. Boar goats are the same. I'm sorry, boar goats is kind of boring.
Unless you're in the show world, there's really no reason.
Okay, so we were doing the boar goat thing 24 years ago, 25 years ago, and at that time, that was the meat producer. And I'm going to tell you that I have seen a lot more parasite problems and a lot more baby death problems in boars in the past 10 years than there was 25 years ago. And I think that's something that's kind of bred into trying to get that perfect specimen animal instead of the regular.
Well, they got to get adaptation in there as well. Between the animals, the parasites will adapt. So, yeah.
I think when it comes to that protein production, a lot of things that a lot of people overlook is the first thing they want to do is they want to get, and I'm guilty of this in some ways too, we want to have the baby ourselves and raise, and they overlook the fact that the neighbor down the road has, like, I'm going to put the babies. He's got a litter that he raised and he only wants to feed 2. So he's got 8 heads sitting there that, you don't even think about that. Somebody else deal with the mama and have to feed her all year long.
That's like pigs are a prime example of that.
You just be I'll purchase beer pigs all some of that.
That's what we did for years.
And we did great with it.
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
our lifestyles change and we've had to adapt. I am not, I love I'm not gonna be able to pick it out and work my job and keep up with the milking schedule.
And the only reason why we didn't look at,
And that's why you got Rex out.
the only reason why we look at raising our own is not for the fact of having a protein animal produced along the lines of, I have a certain type and a certain breeding that I am wanting to get to that's not available in the marketplace.
Yep.
You know,
And when you get that down, about 50 pigs off you.
I was going to say what you said about the horns in the last 10 years or so have gotten less hardy. I think that's because they got really popular, and a lot of people that don't know how to call their herd for hardiness and good mamas and stuff have gotten into it and then have sold out, and it's just kind of
Perpetually.
yes.
Absolutely.
so I can jump off on that bill.
Yeah, and Dale, you're in a world where that gets really bad. In the show animal world, it doesn't matter how much time, as long as we can get an animal to win the show.
That's
Producing.
That's more the direct correlation with that breed in particular.
I agree.
Is exactly like you said, they're looking for a perfect phenotype. They could care less if they had to kill everyone, that they had to bottom feed everyone, as long as at the end of the day, they walk out of the ring with the trophy, and that is what's happened to that breed in particular. And actually, that's what's happened to all of our general livestock together, unless you talk about heritage breed.
That's not completely true, but yes, as a general rule, I would agree. There are some commercial cattle breeds we can talk about that have been purposely bred to produce easier on less grass and less forage, and there's some of that we can talk about, like Brandon's cattle. We can talk about easy keeper sheep. And there's some of that happens the other way, but for the most part, what you're talking about is right. Correct. All right, so we're looking for strengths in our food production. Protein is something I think a lot of us, that's pretty easy one, right? I mean, you got a chicken house, you produce a protein, right? So the next question is, what part of your food consumption are you completely fine with never producing?
You said never producing again?
Sure, again.
Or producing it all.
Or producing it all.
Producing it all.
Dairy.
Dairy. Yeah, that sounds like you say the same thing.
I know, I used to work in there's egg choice areas there. MFA company, I work for them, I would craft that tree. And there's so many dairies that are going out and they're making money for it. And I know a lot of dairy farmers, and I hear the same thing. They never leave the farm, and they're 24/7, and they feed 7 days a week, and they're feed in the morning and feed at night. I asked them, I said, well, why don't you get one on the family? And one do it one night, and one do it one morning, one visit one night. And they look at me like I'm speaking a complete foreign language. And I find to me it'd be easier if you split the duties, you know. But they know, we got to make as much as we can.
Right, most dairy farms don't make enough money.
Man, they don't make
Support
enough
one
money.
thing, much less two. So the question was, what part of your food consumption are you perfectly fine with never producing or never producing again?
Unless we got in a situation where we had to, I would say wheat, because we started making our own bread months ago, and now wouldn't turn back unless we had to. But from what I understand, wheat is quite a process.
It is.
And if I can buy it at the store, I will. If not, then we'll grow it. But
I don't think the process, it's not hard to grow wheat. It's hard.
it's just
For,
harvest wheat.
for a homesteader, wheat is resource intensive. You have to have the right equipment, you have to have quite a bit of ground, it's resources intensive, so yeah.
And it's usually go to a farmer who's raising and ask them, can I buy a bushel from you? And they'll sell you a bushel for really cheaper than you can buy at the store. I mean, I used to raise wheat, you know, our place, we had, before we had cows, we had crops. And we did soybeans, we did corn. And you can imagine how much wheat is actually spilled on the ground, you know. So a farmer that's raising wheat, if you went to him, hey, can I buy a bushel of wheat? He might say, yeah, $10, you have a bushel.
It is $8.25 of elevated.
$8.25
Now, what is ignorance? What is that? Are you talking
A
about?
bushel of wheat.
60 pounds, 60 pounds.
Bushel of wheat is 60 pounds, bushel of corn is 56 pounds. That's
Yeah.
the bear.
It's the whole bear, it's the whole kernel.
It's just
So,
So I still.
let's put it in common sense like this. Do you buy your chicken feed in a whole, like, is it textured feed? Is it the bear?
It's pellet.
Oh, it's pellet. How about corn? You buy corn in a bag?
as our goat feed is borrowed wheat.
Okay, so it would be like that.
Yeah.
So essentially, 1 50-pound bag of nothing but wheat berries.
Make a lot of flour.
And that ton
But most of the stuff you're buying from a farmer direct like that is unclean wheat berries. It's not just the wheat berries. You're buying unclean, so it's got some stem and
That
stuff.
depends on it really does. I mean,
of
if you know, they've got a decent combine, you can get pretty clean stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and not a little air hose above it.
So it's something that be a little bit of work done
Do
before
your
you
little
can
house
Right.
draper now.
Yeah.
Weed, right?
There's actually,
And it'll
that's,
fluff up and the wind will blow off.
that term is called winnowing.
Winnowing the wheat.
And that's the whole concept of combine's designed to go around. And you could do the same thing with a very light air blow like he's talking. And just drop the grains through that airstream and blows the light chaff off of it and have nothing but berries.
Yeah, that's the only thing you have to worry about with grasshopper.
Hey, don't worry about it. The corn, the wheat you buy in the store, 15% of it is insect bodies.
I say that because Cindy and I buy been around oats to feed our livestock, we've been around oats at elevated prices. And there's grasshopper here.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's true. I don't want to think it sounds bad, but it is. You know, you got animal insect bodies in everything. You just don't know. That's right.
That's like the guy that I buy our oats off, said, well, there's a lot of grasshopper heads in there. I said the pigs and the chickens will be happy with that, you know?
You can buy food grade from like a surf stand or somewhere like that.
But you're gonna pay a lot.
Yes, we do. If you're in a hurting situation, you really need to budget. Or you can have the opportunity to barter direct from the farmer, visual data. And you can claim that and take the grass off.
Yeah. And you're not talking about grinding a 50-pound sack of lunch, you're talking about grinding a 3 or 4 cups.
So I started grinding our own wheat off of our wheat berries, and there's quite a darn difference. I was actually very impressed.
So Cindy and I can grow our own corn, we've actually developed our own type of corn, and we've ground that. And when you make cornbread out of corn that you have ground directly whole, there's more oil in it. It hasn't, the oil hasn't been pressed. You'd be surprised what difference that makes in cornbread.
So I'm excited to try that.
Hopefully we'll get to buy grow corn again.
Yeah, we gave up on the
Well, I do this year.
All right, are there any other questions about food growing, about self-sufficiency? You guys have any questions? Okay.
When you get, of course, our country gives us dried beans. What is the best way to store those dried beans?
But you need to, put a bay leaf in them.
Okay.
Or freeze them. And freeze them for a minimum of 48 hours and to kill the weevils. And then you need to store them in an air, once you bring them back up to temperature, then you'll need to store them in a airtight container.
What's the mason jar?
Mason jar.
What's the bay leaf do?
The bay leaf,
Does it kill weevils or keep them out?
somehow it prohibits their hatching.
It doesn't, okay.
Somehow, I don't know.
I'm gonna have to put that in the weed, yes,
It does,
What I've done is I've used the vacuum, the vacuum
Right,
bags.
eggs are already in
But
the
it didn't
weed
do
or
anything.
whatever.
somehow it prohibits.
The only problem with that, Rebecca, is sometimes if there are weevils in there, they can't hatch out in that environment. They won't continue to produce, they'll die if they hatch out, but you're gonna hatch out weevils in there.
Okay.
And that's, freezing will do the same thing, flash freeze them for a little bit, and then.
What you're doing is you're
You're killing them. Because I know my mom used to keep flour in the freezer.
Yep. That's
because of that, that's exactly why.
So,
And the wheat berries, you won't have that problem until you grind the wheat. And then once you grind the wheat, you've also got, you've got the risk of your wheat, but you've also got the risk of it going rancid.
Yeah, we can grind for that.
That is great.
But all of our like wheat berries, oats, that kind of thing, we have big 5-gallon blueberry buckets with the oxygen and then the hammer down the dairy on it.
I don't know that about lately, but I've had bags of corn sitting around and they're just crunchy. What the heck is that noise? Trying to find out what's weevils in the corn that's hatched out, but I didn't know what they
And I don't know what it is in the baby.
They don't get that. Immediately, are easy to grow.
There's a formula, you have so much baby per, and I don't know what formula.
Like we said before.
But baby is pretty much tasteless. You do have to watch some people have sensitivity to baby. It'll cause them to have diarrhea and some issues.
all right, are there any other questions about the food self-sufficiency? All right, when we start talking about self-sufficiency, there's another aspect of self-sufficiency besides food. Part of that, I'm going to call it mechanical. There's a mechanical self-sufficiency. If you're having to pay somebody to fix everything on your homestead, and you're having to pay somebody to do every maintenance job on your homestead, you're going to burn the cash out really fast, right? So, we want to talk about maintenance things on the homestead. Mitchell?
Yeah.
So what would you say is the most overlooked maintenance thing on a homestead?
Patience.
Patience?
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta maintain your patience.
Maintain your patience.
Yeah. Because you don't know, I mean, if you guys are fixing it doesn't always happen the first time. And, you know, my wife, she would know how many times I get frustrated and lose my patience with something. But it's just patience. And you don't have to have expensive tools. Yeah, that's what people, they see, like you watch my videos, you see all my snap on, plus years of me being a mechanic. And
they paid your bills.
Yeah, and so it's, you don't have to have expensive tools and don't be afraid of something. That gets a lot of people. Someone will call me and be like, well, what do I do about this? Well, I don't know, but I actually called Dale this week about a John Deere tractor because, well, Dale does stuff with John Deere tractors. It's like, I got a phone with a friend. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Look up on YouTube.
That's the beauty of, and not that everything in the world's about YouTube, but anymore, pretty much whatever you run into, you can find somewhere, somebody has been there. Yeah. And they recorded it, and they put it on there. It may not be the proper way to do it,
but you can watch
but
what
you
they
can
got.
figure out what to do. go on with this. That's persistence. I mean, just because you never changed the oil before or filter, in my opinion, you, as a very close friend of mine, a co-instructor, told me just this week, he said, if you're a man and you pay to have your oil changed, he said, then I automatically get the car to be able to make fun of it. I can understand you doing it for convenience. He said, but now, as I pointed out to him, and we had this conversation actually in live, it was pointed out to me, you can go buy, for most vehicles, you can buy the filter and oil for under half what they're charging you to do that. And at the end of the day, what we're trying to do here, by not becoming dependent on an expensive food system and staying home, that means we're not making as much money, so we have to cut corners where we can.
At least the guy that I go is cutting that van, trying to put it up on some lift, get up there. When I get my truck, I can just get up there and do it. That's what my dad taught me.
And there is some.
That's what my dad taught me.
There is
There are
some
certain
things.
reasons, there are some reasons, but I go buy my own oil and I buy my own filter. And he allows me to do that.
And Mitchell and I just had this conversation just the other day, that, you know, some of that, you're gonna pay for that maintenance because you don't have that lift and everything. But at the same time, I definitely wanna know how I'm gonna do it, because there may come a day that you can't afford to pay somebody else to do it.
Yeah, you know, you creative.
Yeah.
Whenever my wife had a car that I didn't get under, I found a ditch to park in. I figured out that changed the world. It's
some of the hardest things, like, that I see people will waste money on is, you know, they'll call some roadside service to come and change their flat tire on the side of the road. You know, to me, it should be a basic skill. If you're gonna drive a vehicle up and down the road, you ought to be able to change tire on it.
Barring a disability.
Yeah, I agree with that, but.
I think we ought to say that there are exceptions to those rules.
If you're able to buy, you know,
And if you don't know those things, that's something you should tell them.
well, yeah, absolutely.
And you can phone a friend, right? That's all.
That's something that's it's like I'm a cop.
Right.
Sometimes my wife had all the time to give her car service. It's under warranty.
Right.
So we do it under warranty, keep it under warranty.
we actually, so, I was hoping, it's something about use for a minute. Find use. Yeah, versus.
Well, that's a can of worms.
It is a can of worms.
So buying new versus used, you could save a tremendous amount of money, especially like if you look at diesel right now, right? Diesel pickups. I drive a diesel pickup because I haul horses all over my creation. But if I were to buy the same pickup that I have right now, it's $70,000 to $85,000, right? I bought the pickup I have for $18,000, and I don't have the diesel particulate filter. I don't have all of the other extra stuff. And if the motor goes out, yeah. But if so, the motor goes out, I'm out for $7,000 to buy a motor to put in. And I'm still way away from $70,000. So that's why there's a big push right now of everybody buying used versus new. And same way farm equipment. Like I have a 2030 John Deere tractor. I paid $7,500 for it. And I've done a little bit of stuff too here and there, had all the time, which made a really good YouTube video. But a brand new 70 horsepower tractor, how much is it? 60,000, 70,000?
Open the station?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so, and the older ones, in most cases, the tractors are built better quality than the new ones because they're heavier, especially when you get into belly and stuff. And easier to work on. That's because it doesn't have all the extra stuff.
Like, like on our farm, our tractor was, essentially, it was going to be sent away to the tractor. It was literally broken in two pieces. Broken in half right in the middle of it. The guy was like, I'm done with it. If you'll haul it off for me, I'll give it to you for free. You know, the payment I had to get was under $1,000, and I had labor invested to put it back together. Now, don't get me wrong, I do have a skill set that I didn't want to do. But when I put the thing back together, I had $1,000 worth of parts in it that I can work on any tractor site right now, and it's worth $15,000.
You know, I bought a mower this year. The guy told me it's field ready. Well, we looked it up, and I started cutting hay. I get annoyed when something's wrong. Well, it was on time. So I went to it back and timed it, started to go again, and it starts making noise again. And I said, there's something wrong. So I used to grab the head. Two of the heads were turning, yours is side were stripped. So we broke it all down, fixed all that, cost me about $3,500 total after everything was said and done. And I had 6,000 more, 3,500 into it, so I got it for 9,500. Where a brand new would have cost me 19.
And there's things like, so to go back to our food and our homestead, you know, people are so quick to, well, I'm gonna garden, I need to go buy a brand new tiller. When, you know, my mom was here earlier and introduced to somebody, she's a junk selling, garage selling, I mean, mad.
We were given two.
Just put a little bucket in her ear. I need to tell her. And say, I know. She goes to some garage sale, there's one for $20. She's a haggler from way back. And she goes bring me a basically brand new tiller and says, there you go. Here's your tiller. I said, well, how much I owe you? She said, by the time I got done with them, I had to pay $5 for it.
Wow.
I mean, or, you know, that kind of stuff that a lot of people are going to automatically go buy something new, and I don't like it because here I am driving a borrowed vehicle right now because mine's down and I need a mechanic on it, but it's pretty quick for everyone to just go buy something new.
Well, that's not to say if you don't have the means to afford something.
Yes.
I'm not telling you to go buy it, but it's a good skill that you can have. If someone calls, I get calls all the time, hey, can you come work on this? Can you come do this?
My after-hour mechanic skill set, 100% help pay for.
Yeah, it's a good way to barter for your farm. That's saying a lot of people. The information's there. I mean, it's like a gas station to run. You only need 3 things, and it does. I mean, so they're not super complicated. Yeah. There's actually a lot of but
I've said for years that we've become a throwaway society. You know, it's broke, don't fix it, just throw away and do it. Yeah, it kind of drives me crazy. You know, we've been recyclers for years. We've been there for 38 years, and I think we've been recycling for 37. You know, we had been the same. That's what we do. We try to do that with a lot.
And, you know, let's go back to what Gary was talking about. You know, this whole movement is centered over the nearest that we can remember was what era? The Depression.
Well, I'm going to say that, but I don't know if that's true.
But you need to realize, you know, we had this big influx of scrap metal price here under 10 years ago. You know where every scrapper went to? Every farmstead that had this big old pile of scrap metal out in the farm. Why do you think the old farmers had that big pile of scrap metal?
Maybe something we can use.
Exactly. When something broke down, they went out back and, okay, I can take this and add the skill in or whatever, you know. I can look on my place was an old Homestead, Farmstead, years ago, and the fence rows, there's old car axles, and there's, because they use whatever alien was ready. They couldn't afford to go to town and buy a T-post. By all they the Model T, love wrestling half broken too, we can pull the axle back, we can stick it in the ground, we got fence posts, And honestly, not that I'm telling you to jump your homestead, but a person should have a little
Resource.
Yeah.
We got a couple.
I think that when we talk about maintenance, we can, and mechanics, we have to understand that some people have skill sets that other people don't. And so there is, I think, in a self-sufficient lifestyle, in a resilient lifestyle, there is a decision you have to make to weigh out your abilities and your time and its value. And there are times it is better to just go get another one. Or I'm going to tell you that I can mechanic, I hate mechanic. And I have built, fixed, and patched on the side of the road my whole life. But there are days, if I've got a good carpenter job to go to, and I've got a car broke down, I'll pay somebody mechanic while I go carpenter.
Yeah.
Because that's the decision I'm willing to make.
Especially when we can borrow that.
Yeah.
Even working on my tiller, we got a guy, he'll service my tiller in the wintertime in trade for him being able to use it, because I've got a big tiller.
And also, his grandkids like eating eggs a lot, so.
It's a
He
little
decided
more
that a lot.
eggs. And, they're raising 4 or 5 new babies, and the guy is a young man that their youngest still lives at home. So, they got a lot of food going out for them boys. Not the girl, we got girls that will eat good too, but there's something about the growing boys, they're on bottomless pits, and so.
Almost had a tank farm.
Yes.
So if I'm a beginner, and if I don't have any tools, and I'm starting this, I'm going to call this the resilient lifestyle instead of self-reliant. I like that better. If I'm starting a resilient lifestyle, what tools would you say are important to begin with? Like starter set. Some of you guys, Mitchell, Dale,
Hammer, a screwdriver, and a pair of pliers.
okay, that's my face.
There's this guy's name, Ridge set, and one of actually a trailer.
A trailer?
Yeah, to take it to Mitchell.
I like that idea.
So one of these,
That's like
a farm or anything, just take your house. It'll tell you if there's power there.
Electric sniffer.
Yes.
I call it my BBB.
Well, we call it babies at work. Yeah, so.
learn how to use a multimeter.
Yeah, I got one actually. Most people don't know how to use a multimeter anyway, even electricians.
It's hard.
You touch something with that thing,
That's hard. Multimeters don't work all the time, but with them little sticks, I have an outlet that does not work in my room. But when you put one of them sticks near it, it tells you there is power there.
Oh, you got a short.
Yes, we got it short.
So you need to turn your power off, open
Yeah.
up your plug, and put your wires back where they belong.
Well, so I'm gonna go along, so if you're looking for basic tools, you want
It's a loaded question. It's a loaded question, it depends what you're doing.
I'm kind of opposite.
Railing wire and duct
Okay. So I'm big on what I do. I'm really hard on my kiddos on what I call farmer credit, slip joint pliers. But every farmer, homesteader should have that on their side. But I teach people that are charging you $150 an hour to work on stuff, and they don't need to pull out a pair of pliers. But yeah, you need a pair of pliers. I'm also Mitchell. Everybody talks about standard riches. There's nothing in this world anymore.
I'm not saying
standard.
I'm saying
Common.
that
You need metrics.
metric means
And standards.
just a set of names.
And then I make the joke, I mean, I'm talking about a multi-meter. That multi-meter can make you and save you. It's a very basic skill to learn how to use. With 3 tests on it, exactly 177,
What's every minute? I have.
But I teach kids, that's what I teach kiddos. I literally start off with kids that I have to say, this is a flat screwdriver, this is a Phillips screwdriver. And they haven't even been taught that much of the skill set. And they're coming to me and expect to make big money being a mechanic. And I forget about them tools until they learn how to do that one operation. Because that will save so much, you know, if your trailer lights don't work, what happens to you when you head off to town? For one, you can get pulled over, you get a ticket. For two, if you get in an accident, what are they going to be after? They're going to sue you, even though your insurance is trying to take away your farm. If you have that multimeter, you could tell, oh, I got an opener, I don't have a good ground. You could have saved yourself all that headache right off the bat.
I laid in the parking lot last week with our little head fixing water.
Yeah. I mean, that's, to me, it's a basic skill that most anyone, even when we talk about mechanical aptitude, just because you can't, yeah, it's a learned thing. I mean, if you could put together spaghetti on a plate and spell your name, you can do wire. You know.
So, hammer, screwdriver, pair of pliers, slip joint pliers, electrical tester, basic tools, right? Drill, skill saw. Yeah.
There you go. 100%. Yes. Drill, skill, so you don't have to have a chop saw, you don't have to have a table saw.
A T-square, or not T-square, a speed square, a skill saw goes a long way to make square cut.
Yeah, that's where I was going. It's kind of a level question. It's just depends on what we're working on at any time. And I am an electrician by trade. Well, I'm actually a programmer, but I started out with mechanic. And then just kind of moved on from there. And so it just depends what you're doing. Like, yeah. There's such a level question.
If you don't have any tools at all, you are going to need $300 to $500 to get the basic kits. I would guess.
For a homesteader, chainsaw is very important. Chainsaw is very important. Very important.
So what other things are you guys thinking is important in the resilient lifestyle? What else is important in the resilient lifestyle?
Manual tools.
Manual tools?
Yeah, I mean, you can't get gas, you don't have electric. I mean, you better have something you can solder by hand, drill by hand, the old times, old school tools.
I would say my basic toolkit, that if you don't have any tools, the basic starting toolkit for a homesteader is a chopping axe and a shovel. Chopping axe and a shovel.
Oh, yeah, that's, yeah.
That's where.
My favorite.
Well, guys, I think we're about ready to wrap this up. And I appreciate everybody coming. And,
That's all you got? That's all you got? Okay, sure.
All right. Your picture?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Gathered together, 9-acre, Cindy, that place. What do you guys think? could be separated by 9 acres again, we don't care. Guys, this is who thought this up and put this together. And I think we're all going. Yeah. Thank you guys. You guys did a great job.
I would say thank you to everyone for being here. Hopefully you found something meaningful from today. If anything, at least another friend that you can call and establish a community. If this is something that you think is positive, please let us know, because our plan is to grow this. And hopefully make this a couple of days next year. Maybe in the spring or early summer, because this time of the year gets very busy.
Like if there's something you guys would like to see versus what we discussed today, you know, jot it down, shoot somebody an email. If there's something else you'd like to see discussed, I mean, there's the sign-in sheet back there if you want to write it on there.
Just want to take a page and write something you'd like to see in the
class or something, whatever, some kind of discussion. Just write it down, let us know.
And I know that there have been several more people involved in ideas, helping us put things together. Gee, I'll ask them, you should be up here too, probably. But government helping and definitely a part of putting things together. And everybody that spoke today and everybody that answered questions, we want to thank you. We want to thank everybody that came. Yeah. Some of you guys go the ways, and we appreciate you coming to be a part of this.
Thank you for that.
All right, I'm kind of like, well, I think it should be everybody needs. I mean, we got all these tripods and we got like cameras.
Everybody jump in.
Yeah, let's do it.
Mitchell can get a good picture.
Lost someone.
Yeah.
I want everybody.
Dan, you're too far back.
And then I can send it to everybody.
Raise your good smiles, guys. Put your tongues to the roof of your mouth.
I'll email it. Say, I got a question. So, how many have been to a thrift store?
Thrift stores are part of
What's, hey, there's a picture. Look at you.
We need to make sure stay connected.
And there's the other half of the last one, that's it. And then
I don't know which way y'all are. You'll probably just take the 12 as much as you can. Once you get that.
Going back this way.
Definitely doing the home. So when you get close to Manford, and you get between Manford and Yale, wave at every wave from the Manford to the Yale area. Wave, so you can hit all the Ruscos.
Eek. We're going everywhere.
Bye.
Oh, that way.
There it is. Bye, everybody. Thanks for coming.
Are you in it? All right, we're gonna. All right, there's everybody. Bye, guys.